All right, how's it going? This man tomorrow here. I want to thank you guys for coming through on this short notice, but things are getting a little bit too deep, so we got to kind of beat back the it more. I repeatedly have not been live streaming because I wanted to see this dude burn himself to the actual ground by lying about things that he shouldn't be lying about, and everybody showing an actual blind eye to the things that he was doing within the actual space. But things are just getting a little bit too deep. And these things often happen when you have a person who's completely unchecked to the point to where they will just say anything for an audience. And whenever they're checked on it, everybody has a blind eye. Like he wasn't called the brain trust bitches like earlier this morning. You see, that's the point in having a 24-hour network. You run out of shit to say very easily. Even if you do split it between unprincipled people like Aunt Nostal are incredibly dumb individuals like black men being brutally ignorant or AB media or completely just lost individuals who just want to just dive into YouTube analytics like Edward whenever he's called on the shit that he's doing. But at the end of the day, you guys are not part of the manosphere. None of you guys are part of the manosphere. And in fact, the manosphere is what it is because of unprincipled men. It's so. So before we get started, let's go the actual chat here. Let's go on Clarence Jr. Let's go on check you. I go Green. Virtualogic Hulk. Cedric Webb. Ron Sun. All right. So this is the problem that we're currently having within the actual space. You have a shadow manosphere full of incredibly dumb individuals who think that they're somehow businessmen for stagnating the actual collective populace of men. Now, the rise of Kevin Samuels did not make people unprincipled. That is not what happened at all. What's going on, Milan Vanguard? But they did use the actual ability for him to be on some type of mission that doesn't serve the actual populace, so everybody can change their minds. And it's like, listen, there's plenty of people doing all types of things in the military, and you knew it when it was happening. That doesn't mean that because those things was happening with those individuals that you lose your own personal principle. It's going on real talk. It's going on Andre 416. Not sure why you're here, but what's going on. But you don't lose your principle. And it's like most of these people see what's going on here. So we have to go through the very long track record of how we actually got on this path in the first place. And this was only brought to my attention because it was in my analytics. It's called XE. I never really cared about Pearly things or whatever she did. Because nobody should be paying attention to a young ass adult about things that are currently happening in society that she's not a part of. Right? But when I see that person just repeatedly coming through the analytics, everybody's watching the show or whatever, and I just watch the clips, and I'm like, what's wrong with these things? So when BGS Itmore, who's not an Itmore by the way, according to Adigan Forrest, the guy from Itmore, we don't have to bring Black Ram into this, but according to that guy, BGS Itmore is not an Itmore at all. So what BGS does is he tried to show fake support to your movement, overwhelm your actual movement with dumb nigga numbers, and then they end up destroying your actual group. Yes. It's just like, hey man, passport dudes with passport been traveling for a while. It really didn't get to be a thing until you start trolling women with the shit. Right? That's when it blew up. And that's why I kind of had to step back. Cause unprincipled young dudes, cause I don't really roll like that. But these people have been living without principle for so long that anything goes. And these are the same people who want to talk about, oh, we want peace between our group and all this. Like, how do you have peace when you don't have principle? When you don't have standards? When you don't have any of that? What's going on, Cedric Webb? What's going on, May? What's going on, K Diggy? So BGS doesn't realize that he's starting most of the shit in this space. Like when you say that pretty things and Fuentes were supposed to be doing things for black boys within 5 years. He said that shit on the breakdown. It was from my super chat on the breakdown. Okay. We know that wasn't going to happen, but at the end of the day, he wanted people tuned into the gender war. So why would a 60-something-year-old guy who, by his own admission, created a quiche under his own roof, by his own admission, created a dumbass nigga who's lying around on the couch in his fucking house, by his own fucking admission, not us doxing him, not us doing any of that shit. He said that he created failed children, right? Why on earth would BGS anymore want you to have good outcomes? He had 9 years to prove his fucking point. In 9 years, he could have got a degree, he could have got a PhD, a master's, something. Didn't do it. Want to know why? He is dumb nigga dependent. He is dependent on the fucking gender war, as was Kevin Samuels. As long as you never interacted with women and end up finding one that you can actually deal with, this manosphere shit, the way that they was pulling it in the direction that they was pulling it, became, oh yeah, rah rah, voice for men. No, it wasn't a voice for men. Strong Key Smith. It was a voice for bitch ass niggas to get their shit off. It was a place for men to dress up their failures as actual success rates. When we knew it wasn't nothing like that. Yes, you had dudes who was lessons of a non-custodial father. Only thing I do, hey man, did you learn your lesson, LAR? Look at the fucking content. Most of his content is dumb nigga dependent. Here's a very good way of telling who's in the manosphere and who isn't. If you had to do a show called Manosphere Show of the Week, it's pretty clear you were never part of the Black Manosphere. Period. 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 Because they wanted to turn a place for male progress into a place of complaining about women. What's going on, Truth, as I know it. Now, I don't have a problem with black women, but I'm also am not stupid. I see the same stupid shit that they see. You know what I did? I replaced all the women that I couldn't fuck with women that I could. And you know what? The problem was solved. What's going on, Ryan? That problem was solved. The moment I found women I could deal with, the moment I found younger and older individuals of principle that I can actually deal with, the problem was solved. I didn't have to go trying to be accepted by anybody in any group because I already replaced those people. That's what happens when you have experience. But when you don't have experience, you want to treat every single person that comes your way as a potential person that's part of your group. That's exactly what it is. These people came in to infiltrate masculinity. Masculinity was not supposed to be addressing the ills of your inability for you to get a woman within the society. That, like, dude, the productivity piece and you actually producing what's supposed to be your key and your ticket to better opportunities, women included. Because I don't know about you, but in order for me to get access to what I had access to, I had to sit down with my uncle and their family, and we actually put this thing together like it's supposed to. Like we give a damn about the outcome. But see, you can't really talk about this stuff in front of the people who want to create their child via the Waffle House method. You know, by the time you get done with her and eat that Waffle House that you pay for her with, now you got to do all the planning on the back end about how all this stuff works, right? BGS doesn't understand that he had an actual channel for blue pill simps. It was called BGS for women. So how is it that BGS contends to tell Truth as I Know It or even Gabe A, who's far more successful than he is, because BGS has no success stories. There is no plan for success. Man, get this nigga the fuck out of here. You don't never tell BGS to go shut the fuck up, do you? But at the end of the day, no, guy, we don't have the same fucking goal. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, bro, listen. How does this make any sense? Nobody checked BGS about this shit. Not from his group. When he started lying about Manosphere 1.0, this is some shit O'Shea never did, Angry Man never did, Obsidian never did. You literally could have ran your. I hate to give Grifter advice, but BGS, nothing required you to lie about Manosphere 1.0 and continue to be on the same bullshit that you're on now. Nothing required you to do that. Nothing in the world required you to do that, sir. Nothing required you to do that. Oh, come. Dude, all these unforced errors are your fault. When you tried to go up against BMT, Black Male Talk, another guy that is extremely accomplished in real life, when you tried to go at that dude on the panel, he sunned you. Even though Art Newstall was letting that shit happen on some screaming crybaby in the middle of the supermarket shit. Like, I don't get that. When grown ass men can't moderate a fucking panel and they just let the consistent disrespect of one person go on and everybody else has to handle and deal with it. That happened. And it was kind of like a slow slide from there. Because BGS, you really have to understand, you are a paper tiger. All this shit that you claim to read, when you come up to dealing with somebody in person, you're not good at it. You're good at talking a lot of shit at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, kicking people off panels whenever they challenge you. That includes the young guy. But at the end of the day, you're making the same mistake with this new woman PhD that you made with Pearl. This is the black motherfucking manosphere. And in the black manosphere, you don't have to run to a white PhD to talk about shit about the relationship topic. Cause you damn sure ain't gonna get a black woman to come on here to hotbox with you on some relationship shit. You have to understand that what you're doing is unprincipled within the medical community. She knows what's happening here is very unprincipled. Tierson Johnson knows this shit is very unprincipled. You don't even have to question Dr. Thunder's credentials when it comes to running up the score on Keisha in the morning when you're already fucking married. Again, another unforced error that didn't need to be made. You could have literally did all of your soft guy error, all of your stupid shit without putting the brain trust name in your mouth. You literally could have did all that. When I was on the panel, I was on the what was that? The Coliseum, hosted by A Media. When I talked to Andre 416, who's actually in the chat, by the way. And he had questions for me about what I didn't like about each PhD. I answered all his questions, even through BGS's trolling and all that kind of shit. AB Media didn't try to stop that shit. But guess what? I still answered all of his questions. And we did have a productive conversation after that. And when I couldn't add to the conversation, I didn't. Why? Because I'm a limited guy. Once they started talking about accounting and shit, I'm not an accountant. I pay somebody a lot of money per year to find all the tax benefits for me. And here's the thing: most tax people use software nowadays. All of them do. Even my accountant use software nowadays. So try to make yourself look like you pay attention to BGS, but you work for fucking H&R Block, and you meet with all these people within the DMV area. It's a crock of shit. But at the end of the day, when you hang around somebody else who don't have any type of sense, it's the same thing. Well, the reason why they brought into the soft guy era thing was it was just another way of complaining to, for, and about women. It wasn't about getting their shit together. It wasn't about getting their shit together at all. Look, and he wonder why he can't get a black woman right now to be on this panel with him with his blue pill sympathy bullshit called BGS for women. Because a black woman would look extremely fucking stupid beside him, even right now after the Pearl shit. Man. Okay, so let's move from that. You went from lying about 1.0, Q Solar Black, who is from 1.0, straightened you out, gave you some links, played the actual video for you, and you still kept lying about there was no such thing as 1.0 for about 5 or 6 months after that. What's going on, new? Nobody said shit in your chat. Nobody told you to be on some peace shit. Nobody told you that shit. Nobody told you that at all, right? Again, another unforced error. It's almost like you can run your bullshit that you're running unless the actual productive members of the actual space who actually care about the outcome of black men, by the way, are not here. But then again, a lot of people have left the black manosphere and went on to black YouTube to be on the stupid shit that they own. I ain't got no problem with that. But when these people leave, they're not slandering the brain trust or me or anywhere else. And here's the thing: what is up with this other side of the black manosphere that's so honest that seem to be business people? Where are these business people off of fuckery? When are they gonna talk to us, the people that they so-called disagree with? I think Edward is right. We should have a conversation between us and them in a neutral area so that way we can work shit out. If there's something to work out, I don't think there's anything to work out with these dudes. These dudes are grifters, they're clowns, and I don't want shit to do with their people. I don't give a damn about their numbers or who they attract. I hope they all die. I don't want anything to do with those individuals. But May, since he has no actual credentials, he compromised these people with dumb nigga numbers, and so now they feel indebted to them. The same way he did with Art Nostal, the same way he did with black men being brutally ignorant, the same way he did with AB Media. It's the same. It's not that big of a deal. Then we go into truth as I know it. Now, the great thing about truth as I know it is that A lot of people think that Truth as I Know It is weak because he don't get a lot of views on his channel. And that just goes to show you the type of level of intelligence of men that we have around here, that they don't think that there are smart individuals out there who can make any type of conversation unless they have a lot of views or some stupid shit like that. Most times, some of the best conversations I've ever heard on YouTube are with less than 10 people watching. But at the end of the day, when you're dealing with childish dudes who always want to change the method of substance to view count, no matter what happens, that's a problem. But at the end of the day, you can't be calling the dudes blue pill and shit. Like, dude, I can't think of nothing any more blue pill than the dude in his fucking 60s talking about relationship talk when he got two failed fucking examples of him not doing shit right under his motherfucking roof. I can't think of nothing in the world more fucking blue pill than that. I can't. Again, this is information you volunteered. So, without further ado, let's play some of this video from this duplicitous old chipmunk, so that way we can see what this dumb motherfucker's talking about.
Truth, and then go. Hey,
I actually even doubt that he's a Gnostic, because if he's not red pill, he's not black pill, he's not an it more. What the fuck would he's not a monk mode? I don't think he's a Gnostic either. I don't think he's none of that shit. But let's keep going.
hey, I'm just listening to some YouTube stuff that I have to catch up on. And somebody sent me a link to the Art Bell archives that's on the internet. So I got to listen to some of that.
Tweet flag on the play. Dude, if you listen to Art Bell, you most likely a stupid motherfucker. Okay, when I was in Germany at my first station, you had these conspiratorial lunatics who listened to Art Bell religiously. And because I was outranked, I had to listen to this dumb shit too. There's a bunch of conspiratorial talk about otherworldly fucking things, none of it proven at all. Art Bell, I remember it was there, then it was taken over by George Norrie, then it was taken over by somebody else. I'm not even sure if it's still on. But you can't call yourself an intelligent human being if you're like tuned into Art Bell. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry about that. No. I was forced to listen to this shit, but man, some of the stuff that they be talking about in there, man, was just too wild.
Plus some books. But the thing is, while I'm catching up, man, I was just thinking about my last couple of days on YouTube, especially the impromptu Coliseum stream I did on Friday. And then decided to do a
Now, Black Avenger, I'm not gonna say it wasn't entertaining, but a lot of that shit was a little bit far fetched, man. Especially when it came to the ghost stories and the abductions by aliens and stupid shit like that. Like, man, get the fuck out of here. But yeah, it was entertaining though. But it was not true overall.
open session on my Master Teacher Response channel. When you do a Coliseum, you get viewer feedback, and it's just that's not organized. It's just anything goes, and what the people introduce. A couple things happened. Like the Truth As I Know It showed up, right, and we've been going back and forth for God, it's got to be at least 2 years.
Going back and forth over 2 years over what? You see, he never talks about what the actual conversation is about. The conversation is about you trying to turn out weak ass men. And you're trying to pander to weak ass men. Like, dude, when like when I first got here, BGS had good fucking information. But BGS reached a turning point where the good information was going to help men have good outcomes. And he wasn't going to be able to benefit off of those good outcomes that the men was going to be having. That's the problem. He was not going to be able to benefit off of these guys if he helped them have good outcomes. And that's when his message changed around the Kevin Samuels shit. Because they wanted men to have worse outcomes than they did. He was. I admit that, Ty City. I admit that. Actually, I liked it a lot more when George Norrie kind of took over. But like the Art Bell shit was just way, way out there. So the truth is, I know it thing. It's like you can't have like a one-on-one with BGS because he's too cowardly for a one-on-one, and he's incapable of having a realistic conversation because you have to keep the actual outcome ominous, so that way there's no progression. Because BGS keeps his position when there's no progression. Well, like any other pro-black, they cannot have any type of progression whatsoever. They got to keep all these problems in place so that way they can maintain their platform. They have to maintain the fact that nothing can be changed by voting while complaining about other groups of people who are voting and getting things, like the LGBT and the Latinos. Let's keep going.
over what I think is bullshit. And I still think it's bullshit, but that's beside the point.
No, it's not beside the point. It's the reason why you two are arguing. Like, listen, if I have a diametrically opposed point of view with a person, I let you know what the diametrically opposed point of view is. I just don't yada yada the shit and just move on to what I'm saying. I disagree with BGS is because once you have two failed kids, a Keisha and a dumb nigga on the couch inside your house, that's the end of you trying to be the leader among men. You got to sit your old ass down somewhere. You got to go produce a non Keisha and at least a dude who got his motherfucking shit together before you can start talking to other men about masculinity and fucking leadership. That's my contention here. And pandering to dumbass niggas f- just for the sake of numbers, it's also not helping our space at all either. If anything, it has removed all credibility from our space by pandering to the gender war and dumbass niggas in general.
And then yesterday, on my Black Master Teachers Response channel, Gay Bay came up. And being Gay Bay had been jostling back and forth, God, it's got to be 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, again, Gabe is questioning the same shit he was questioning with art. Why somebody with a basket weaving fucking degree online upholding dumb nigga panels? When this dude actually teaches in education and he doesn't allow dumb niggas to run his fucking courtroom. But he run a kangaroo court of dumbass niggas online outside of the fucking classroom. This is what I mean why you have this duplicitous thing going on with these old dumbass grifters who come out here who set out a bunch of food bowls for a bunch of dumbass fucking people, but don't even try to lead these people toward any type of tangible
At
result.
least. And you never had a connection point, never had an understanding like what are they doing here and why are they doing it here? And why
BGS, that's a question for you. What are you doing here and why are you doing it here? Remember, Manosphere 1.0 laid an excellent framework for what we ought to be doing in the space. It's just that the grifters in 2.0 came through on some, we're going to turn this shit into entertainment type shit. So the actual question is for you, what are you doing here? And why are you doing it here?
are they still floating around me? Which I still don't understand for the most part. What I really don't understand why they flew around me. Still don't understand that, so I'm not even gonna lie about that. So I'm gonna take a pause on that one.
Because most of the contention in the space, BGS, comes from the shit that you start on your channel that is actually unneeded for the space in general and in whole. It makes sense why you was kicked out of pro-black circles. Because you're not about any type of progress. Because if you voted for Kanye West this time around, you probably didn't want to vote for anybody else that meant anything else other than stagnation when it came to anything else at any other point. Remember, this is the shit you do online. I think you practice how you play. So you mean to tell me that you are of all this type of substance and shit not online? You spent 9 years here, 9 years here, trying to stagnate and hold men hostage by their own ignorance. That's something that you did on purpose because you don't want nobody competing with you.
because I don't. But the reason that I wanted to make this is because going back and forth with Truth and then going back and forth with Gabe, right in the middle of it, going asking and answering questions, especially fundamental red pill questions in this space.
Dude, that was not a fundamental red pill question that you had with Truth, especially not the last one. You kicked him off the panel. At the end of the day, you don't want to have a straightforward conversation. You're clearly incapable of doing so. Because after the conversation is over and after the information is congealed, now it's time for action. But you ain't about to take no action. The only action that you're trying to take is trying to have your 24-hour dumb nigga network where it goes from you to art to AB media to black men being brutally ignorant or else anybody else who want to step up and be just as disingenuous as the people I just named just to have your dumb ass on.
I realized that number one, they have no grasp about what the fundamental philosophy is in the space. They don't. And Gabe especially, but Gabe's not a red pill guy, so I give him some grace. Truth, I can't give him that grace. He's been around too long. He should have learned. Blah blah blah.
Gabe has been around longer than Truth, man. That's honest. Gabe has been around longer than Truth. End of the day, Truth is a content creator that's kind of against creating weak ass men. Gabe doesn't create content like that. Period.
Blah. And I say that about a lot of people in this space. But midway through it, I'm going back and forth, and I'm getting upset. I'm getting pissed because I'm.
Now the reason why you're getting pissed is because you've been asked basic questions. When you go up against Gabe or fucking Truth, you get fucking cooked. When you went up against BMT and you tried to call him a dumb motherfucker and all that kind of shit, you was the one who looked stupid after all that. When you tried to fucking come at me when I was answering Andre's questions, trying to filibuster through every conversation, you're the one who looked stupid because of that. The thing is that you're not used to having a conversation to its completion and then to take actions afterwards.
Assuming that I'm debating equals, and I'm getting pissed because they're not grasping something that should be very basic in my mind. Is very
The point is, these people are way better than you. Right now, they're way better than you. They don't need some secret red pill information or none of that shit. Them dudes just cooked you on your panel by just asking you basic questions. But when you're an entertainer or a bullshit artist, there's only so far you can take the conversation. And once you have non-entertainers ask you basic questions about why is a 63-year-old dude trying to escort women back to a table, but then trying to call other people blue pill, like that shit makes sense. You have to admit that. None of it makes sense. Say it again. Every time you interact with these people, they make you look fucking stupid. And you know they make you look dumb when you talk to them in your house.
very basic. But I have to remember what Dr. T told me. The way I see the world is not the way other people see the world. Okay. The way I've been trained, I see the world two levels up. And I'm thinking over the years, they're at my level. They're going on this ride with me.
Bullshit. Like, bro, listen, man. Most men in this space are fucking beyond you. without listening to you speak, most men within this space who have their productivity together about them, they don't need your help with shit. Bro, they don't need your help with anything. No one comes to this space needing a 60-year-old man to escort them back into bad women. No one needs that. Why do you think you're the only 60-year-old guy doing this? Why do you think you're the only 60-year-old guy doing this? They didn't tell you that you were doing something wrong?
And halfway through the interaction with both of them, I said, "Oh my God, they can't grasp this." And I'm trying to say it in different ways and present it in different ways and push it down their throat like a baby bird, right? A baby bird trying to push food down its throat, right? Because it needs to eat, and you're trying to force them to eat. So you got the little dropper trying to force the food down their throat so they can eat, right? And then you realize that they can't eat. They can't grasp it. They can't grab a hold of it. And there's nothing you can do to actually get them to see what you see. Like I'll give you the example that shocked me, right? Because Truth showed up saying that he noticed a couple of shorts and a couple of videos where I talked about vetting women for marriage, which I've talked about thousands of times, right? That talked about it to women, I talked about it to men, blah 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 vetting, right? And he says that it's the first time that he's heard it from me because he thinks I'm all about the gynocracy. Okay, which I do talk about it, but
No, no, no. Not only are you not all about the gynocracy, you are a double agent for the gynocracy. Yes, like you're trying to weaken men to the point, with this high value man stupidity that they're to take their productivity and give it to the worst women on the fucking planet. Now, here's the thing: you don't have a social circle. You have a fuck nigga circle where there's a circle and a gaggle of fuck niggas, dumb motherfuckers, who all have bad outcomes. There is nothing that you have to pass down. Your kids are an example of that shit. Remember, you volunteered this information. We didn't have to go to your neighborhood and do none of this shit. And you showed that you learned your fucking lesson by keep talking about the same goofy, dumbass shit that created your daughter and your son in the circumstances that they in. And the only thing you're trying to do is socialize this bullshit as normal among everybody else here. You gotta think it's crazy. Well, let's keep going.
I don't talk about the gynocracy all the time.
What? 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 You don't talk about the gynocracy all the time? Bro, every other live stream, if you're not posting somebody else's work as your own, by the way, or pretending that you black pill for some reason, yeah, bro, like you are gynocratically invested and involved. Dude, he's the one who said he wanted to run the experiment, even though he knew that the shit wasn't gonna work. Again, when Ramil asked him a straightforward question, he cooked himself. When Keep It 100 had that panel and he was asked a straightforward question, he was the one who admitted he knew what he was doing was bad and had bad outcomes for men. And he didn't care. He did that. No one else did that. He did that.
In fact, when people that are around me bring it up way more than I do, but that's also on the side. So I start showing him just little things like the one that was redone, value your light and attention, which was done, got to be about 7 years ago. Yeah, 20, yeah, probably about 7 years ago.
Okay, so how do you value your light and your attention by taking your dumb ass back to the negotiating table? Isn't that the opposite of valuing your light and your attention is by spending this shit on better people who don't have to be dragged to a negotiating actual table as some type of Negro fucking mac off for you to be auctioned off to the highest bidder with the most amount of consequences that they have going on in their life. I keep telling you, good people are not coming to the negotiating table. If you went to a prison right now and offered people to go free, you know the people that's going to line up first? The people with double and triple life are going to line up first for that part every time. Yes, he did. It was on this is what started his downfall was that conversation he had with Keep It 100, where he had to admit that he knew that being with these women at the negotiating table wasn't going to work, D, but he wanted to do that shit anyway. He actually did say that. Like I said, all these things are his fault.
And Compassionate just remade it, on his channel. He took the audio and he changed he changed the slides, he changed the picture.
Oh, compassionate. Oh yeah, the lunatic who was in the brain trust yesterday trying to get us to talk about views on videos and shit, man. Just stupid motherfucker shit.
Because I didn't have very many. And ever since my first channel, which was more esoteric, I talked about esoteric male and esoteric female and what she represents and how you vet her and the fact that they're now
Dude, listen, man. You have a failed son and a failed daughter. By your admission, why the fuck are you trying to teach motherfuckers about vetting people? Why are you trying to teach people about vetting people, sir? There are plenty of people here who got decent sons and daughters, and they ain't even trying to teach shit. But you got this dude right here who got failed outcomes, but he's trying to teach shit.
remember the video. I think I'm gonna repost it. I think I'll repost it on my Black Pill Gnostic, not Black Pill Gnostic, but my Master Teacher's Response channel, so that you guys can see. I'm just gonna find it and repost it about the 5 things I would tell my son about women. It was on.
You mean that son that's sleeping on the fucking couch and not doing shit with his life, man? Like that's the dude who you wanna talk about women with, bro? Are you fucking serious?
It's actually on my Black Gnostic Speaks channel, I do believe. I did it a long time ago. I'll probably repost it. But the thing is I've been saying this and doing this since my inception on YouTube, and even before my inception on YouTube, I was talking about this. In fact, that my mentor, I've been on her show. God, it's got to be it's 15 years now. I didn't think it would be that long. I thought it would be maybe 2 or 3, and every once in a while, but it's turned out to be 15. The same way I started with my partner in real life on internet. I would say radio per se in 2003, right? I thought it'd be a couple years. It turned out to be 11. It kept going and they just would not let me go. Same thing with YouTube. YouTube, I thought I'd be here for 5 years max and I would be out.
And now you here 9 years pushing the same failed fucking message. Because actually, BGS cannot exist in a world with productive black people. There is no need for a BGS when people have their shit together. There is no need for a BGS. What's going on, Debunker TV? There's no need for a BGS if people got their shit together and picked the right fucking woman, right? There's no need for a BGS there. So what these failed men do is they come online and they proselytize to inexperienced men, trying to normalize their failures among men, so that way men can just go pick any type of fucking woman and have the same dumbass outcomes that they have. It's crazy.
I'd be done, say what I got to say, do what I got to do. 5 years, which I thought was more, almost like Star Trek, 5 year mission, and I'm out. 5 years later, I'm still here. Through through a few ups and downs, but I'm still here, right? Halfway through it, Truth says I never talk about marriage or vetting. I actually tell him what I did, and everybody that was on the panel has heard me do it a million times. And everybody explained to him what the table was, what the table talk was, and where it comes. And he's arguing back and forth that y'all don't see it. And I realized that
BGS. How can you talk about vetting when your target market is bringing women back to the table that clearly has a lot of fucking problems? Why the fuck would you talk about vetting if you clearly trying to set up some meat market or some swap meat between inexperienced men and obviously severely damaged fucking women? How could you possibly talk about vetting if you're trying to set up that negotiating table? And it's not the women that's trying to set it up. It's you, the man, who's trying to set it up. Of course you can't talk about vetting nobody if you're trying to set that type of shit up.
he can't grasp it. He cannot grasp what I'm saying. It's not that he's, I wouldn't say stupid. It's not that he hasn't heard it. He can't grasp it. It's like explaining.
I can't grasp it either. For a person who's already married and has kids, it seems extremely stupid for him to come to a negotiating table with women that he don't know how they've been cultured, but they're at the negotiating table. Now, everybody's stupid but him. He has all the information, but all the bad outcomes. Okay, all right, man.
A concept to my grandson. He's 11, and I give him grace because he's 11. At some point, he can't grasp it. I do that to my family. At some point, they don't have enough knowledge or worldview to grasp certain things. So I can speak it. I can see it in their faces where they can't grasp it. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't. The world doesn't work that way. Even though it does, but in their mind, it doesn't work that way. Same thing with Gabe A. Right in the middle, talking about red pill versus blue pill. In fact, one of my commentaries, my commenters on the YouTube video said the same thing. This guy can't grasp the difference between blue pill and red pill.
From a guy who has a blue pill channel called BGS for Suckers, BGS for Understanding Keisha. Yeah, that's what blue pill men do. Blue pill men try to actually fucking understand the current fucking environment with no changes. But he keeps treating Gabe A like Gabe A has a channel called Gabe A for women in the community. Gabe A doesn't have a channel like that. You're the one with the blue pill channel, sir. You're the one who's trying to bring innocent men back to a negotiating table to deal with straight up women that's gonna fuck them up. And you know that's what it is. This is what BGS is trying to put together. He's trying to put that together. That's what he sees. When he look at black men and black women, that's what the fuck he sees. He sees two reptiles that need to be put together. That's what he fucking sees. Unbelievable.
He cannot grasp it. He cannot grasp the philosophy, no matter how many times I explain it, how many examples I use. He cannot grasp it. Either his worldview will not do it or can't do it, or he doesn't have the requisite personality because this smart guy. He's an engineer, for God's sakes. He's a smart guy, but he can't grasp what I'm saying. And I'm going back and forth because I think they disagree with me. And I realize it's not that they disagree with me, they can't grasp what I'm doing and grasp what I'm saying. Like we're talking about politics, I do believe on Kev's show and Black Guru showed up when we're going back and forth about politics and about social pressure and how policy gets done. And he thinks that policy only gets done from top down. And we say, no, 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 it comes from bottom up too.
Wait a minute. For a guy who's apolitical, for a guy who voted for Kanye West, now you care about policy now? Bro, listen, man. You're not even part of the process in California. Don't you dare start talking about policy, bro. Don't you dare start talking about policy. Remember, you don't think that politics is going to solve any issue. And when politics are actually being used to actually solve issues, the only thing you do is try to take advantage and credit of it. Or else try to throw Tierson Johnson under the bus for your stupidity whenever shit start to work. Like they were literally calling on Tierson Johnson in Tennessee, Florida, North Carolina, or fucking Texas. You're fucking crazy. Those things passed within their legislature. Had nothing to do with anybody within the manosphere. And in Texas, I'm sorry, and in Tennessee, the black women wanted the fucking women held accountable for paternity fraud. The men didn't even get out there to get them signatures for that. They didn't.
And we're explaining how it's done, and he couldn't grasp it. I'm thinking he's being just stubborn, and he's not. He can't grasp what we're saying. He doesn't have the capacity to grasp it. I'm noticing about the
What he means by capacity is he wants you to have the capacity to fail and go through the same shit that he went through, which is going to knock a whole bunch of years off your life, by the way. Anywhere from 15 to 20 years through unneeded shit. Yeah. But voting for him in California, though. Now, if Kanye West did the work and actually created a party, I would be okay with that. But just showing up on the actual ballot, just being Kanye West, come on, man. You're not serious about really getting shit done.
other people that follow me around on YouTube, the Black Brain Trust and other folks. I mean, even I'm going back and forth with Femi from the chat and Big J Triple X and these kind of people, especially on my response channel, this channel, the response channel. And you realize they cannot grasp what you're saying. Whatever it is that's in their mind, in their psyche, with IQ points, whatever, learning, whatever it is, they can't grab it. And this is from a very wide group of people. Like Femi from the chat doesn't have the IQ points. I know that. Big J Triple X doesn't have the IQ points. I know that. But Gabe clearly does.
Here's the problem here. Whenever he gets legitimate pushback, he always try to go dig up Big J Triple X and try to have conversations with him rather than addressing me or the brain trust. Which is some coward shit. So he throws a whole bunch of rocks at the brain trust and me. And when it comes time to respond, he tries to respond to Big J Triple X, even though Big J Triple X is nothing around anywhere around here. And I'm not saying there's something wrong with Big J Triple X. I'm just saying that he want to pick and choose his actual battles when it comes to responses, but he don't want to pick and choose his battles when it comes to shelling it out. It's kind of funny to me though.
Gabe has a high IQ. He clearly does. But he's having the same problem as Big J Triple X, who's on the other end of the scale. And there's something about this.
BGS. Listen, man. If Gabe A is still married to his wife, he doesn't have any fucking problems. You're the person who's not married in this scenario. You're the person who don't have productive and successful kids in this scenario. You can't teach anybody anything from a standpoint of complete failure. I don't understand where you get off thinking that you got to help somebody understand the blue or the red pill when you have a blue pill channel. You claim to be red pill. You claim to be monk mode, not even dealing with women. But you seem to be all over the place. You support SYSBM and you support Passport Bros, but you're trying to bring the women from the community back to the table for some men. Like, bro, make it make sense. Choose a side, man, and just stay there.
This that they can't get. Now I got this stuff almost immediately when I when I read this stuff, it's almost immediate. When I started reading, had to do a report, a paper in my TC class, I hit on the points, and then my teacher took my paper and read it and actually talked about how I grasped the concept of the two and a half world problem and that philosophy.
You mean from the same guy who didn't graduate from college? You gonna bring up college like right now? Why would you bring up college right now when you don't have a college degree, sir? Mr. Self-taught chemist. Why would you bring up a degree in coursework right now when you've been here 9 years and you didn't even bother getting a fucking degree? Unbelievable.
I was 18, but I could grasp the concepts, and that may be innate. I don't know. So I walk around thinking that it's normal, and it's just a matter of teaching people and showing people something they don't know, and they'll get it. And shout out to Dr. Johnson. He's been telling me for years that's not the way it works. And I'm gonna have to give people more grace because they can't see what I see. Their mind doesn't work the way my mind works.
Here's the thing, man. No one has room in their life for 5 or 10 years of failure, bro. No one has time for that. Like, bro, you don't see anything special. You just went through a whole bunch of unneeded BS that you didn't have to go through. That you see younger men now that are skipping. And now that young men are skipping your lifestyle, you want to artificially hold them back. Jose. Sorry about that. So BGS artificially wants to hold these people back by sending them through the same process that he didn't master. If you didn't master the process, what standpoint are you teaching from, if not abject failure? Well, let's just use Truth and Gabe as an example. Both of them are still married. Both of them still have kids. Why are you telling these two individuals that they can't grasp something when you're the one who's not married right now? You're the one who's monk mode. Not them. You're monk mode. You're monk mode, you're black pill, you're red pill, you got a blue pill channel, dude. You got all the bases covered. It's crazy.
I'm gonna have to stop being so frustrated with people, but I also have to start limiting my access to them because I don't feel like people screaming at me because they don't get something. I don't feel like people attacking me because I can see something that they can't see, even though after 10 years they can go back to my track record and see the results. The results are there. I was talking.
What? What? Okay, let's go to this BGS More channel. Let's look at these results. Why don't we? So what we're about to do is we're about to go over some of these quote unquote success stories. Okay, let's drop this down. Move that. Stop screen. Pull up this screen right here. BGS said, let's look at the track record. Let's look at the track record. Let's see what the Itmore's doing today. Let's go through the video track record. Okay. Morning talk. We ain't them. Real purpose of marriage. Black pill daily. Smart God versus the gynocracy. Didn't this guy just say he never talks about the gynocracy? Oh, okay. Did Mark Lamont Hill get sun? Nope. Here's the thing. If you call out Mark Lamont Hill, especially you, BJS Whitmore, I guarantee you Mark Lamont Hill will show up. Again, let's keep going. Because remember, it's all in the track record, right? Let's look at these live streams. Let's see what these live streams are about. All right, look at all this stuff. Look at the track record of this right here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Black Pill Daily, Candace Owens and the Red Pill. Again, not understanding that Candace Owens is a grifter, a racial fucking grifter. All this stuff is purely gender war. All of it. Gender war, gender war, gender war, gender war, gender war. Gender war, gender war, gender war. All this shit. Gender war, gender war, gender war. Gender war, gender war. Your track record is fighting the gender war. That's what the track record is. All these so-called decisions that you make and all these predictions that you make, those predictions are nowhere in here. All this stuff is weak ass man shit. All this stuff is gender war based. Yeah. Do you know anybody who's a 60-year-old in your community who does nothing but talk about relationship dynamics when they're supposed to be monk mode? How are you monk mode but you talk about relationship dynamics? Could you please tell me how that works? Tell me how that works. You're monk mode, you don't deal with women, but you spend all your time talking about relationship issues. Could you please tell me how that works? Again, the track record is very clear. You are a relationship grifter when you're not even in a relationship. That's what the truth is. You had two failed kids, one Keisha, one Walmart Tavius, and that's what your fucking track record is. So let's go back to this bullshit that he was actually talking about. Since I did show you the track record.
Talking on Mr. Z's channel. And just something that's a couple few things that's over the recent past couple years, right? They talk to regular people and they see how much further ahead they are. They've said a couple of words and they've shut down arguments where people are just their mouths are just dropping and they can't say anything. And they realize exactly how far up they are and how far ahead they are. Now, it warmed my heart, but when I heard it, I said, oh my God, they can see. They're getting a glimpse at what I see. They're getting a glimpse at the value of the things that I try to show them. And I just wanted to just chime in as a ramble because last couple of weeks I've been really pissed off and I've been really irritated because of stuff in my family and in real life and with my children and with my grandchildren and then the YouTube stuff. It all had become a little bit too much. All the stress had become too much, and I've been really prickly. I've been really pissed off. I've been really short with people, and YouTube stuff started rubbing off in real life. And I really had to pull back because those two things are separate, and I can't let people that I don't know
All right, man. So let's go into it. If you spend nearly 24 hours on your time talking about bitches online, hell yeah, that's going to affect your personal life. Yes, it's going to affect your personal life. You think you're going to be able to boss motherfuckers around your house when you getting actually destroyed on these fucking panels? Hell yeah, it's going to fuck with you. It should fuck with you. At the end of the day, people ask legitimate questions and you ain't got no answers. Like when that young dude tried to ask you what's the use of all this, and you got pissed off and mad, and you look fucking crazy talking to a young ass dude about this gender war shit. You was trying to get that dude to respect the fact that you put in all this work for the gender. Dude, don't nobody care about this shit. You're the one without results. No, Walmart Tavius is a thing. It was said by Nicole Michelle. You had to be here long enough to get that.
And I really haven't met really affect my real life because they're two separate things. And if it really gets to the point where it's really that bad, I'm going to have to cut YouTube off because it's intruding on my real life. And I was saying that to Mr. Z's folks, right? At some point, man, it's irritating me to the point I may have to cut it off.
Aw, BGS having problems in real life. Aw. Don't worry about BGS. You'll be misleading dumb niggas soon. Don't worry about it. At the end of the day, you know damn well you ain't going nowhere. You love the fact that you get to move these dudes around in concentric circles. You know you love that shit. You know damn well you're trying to ensure that these men don't grow up to be anywhere better than you. You know that. You damn sure know that.
I put enough in. I've got the black manosphere is probably maybe I don't know if as far as I can push it, but as far as I can probably take it. And at some point, I gotta let it go.
I disagree. Your earlier work was fantastic. Once Kevin Samuels blew up, your content was shit. Why? You came from a dude who actually gave a fuck about outcomes to a dude who just wanted to get eyeballs by leading dudes into concentric circles and not having any progress or success. That's what you wanted to do. That's what you aimed to do. That's what you set out to do. And that's what you did. You held the conversation hostage and you put on social retarders on your conversation to keep it around low vibrational content to keep all these dumbass, inexperienced men complaining about women versus actually getting their stuff together. You did that shit on purpose to boost your own stupid ass fucking self esteem by walking around on the shoulders of fucking inexperienced men. That's what you did. You did that shit on purpose. Stop trying to make it look like you did some noble fucking act. That shit wasn't noble at all. You came here to lead these people into a burning building and let their ass go. There was nothing noble about what you were doing. That shit was profit margin based. And I'm not talking about money either. I'm talking about your sorry ass fucking self esteem being tied to the fact that people call you some fake ass fucking master teacher when you ain't got no motherfucking accomplishments. You ain't doing nobody some fucking favor. You mean to tell me that you will walk around your community with your fucking outcomes and you'll call yourself trying to talk to somebody in your community about relationship issues when you fucking monk mode and you don't even talk to bitches? Man, fuck out of here, bro.
I got to push the baby out the door or out the nest and let it fly for itself. And at some point, if I life has to teach them what I can't teach them. So to make a long story short, that finally got to the point and finally have to admit that a lot of the arguments that are going on around me is not because of a fundamental disagreement. It's because they cannot grasp what I see. And the other thing is, they don't like what I'm telling them, but they're too afraid to miss out on what information that I give, even if they don't understand it. When Truth told me that the octanes, and that's the moment that I know that he didn't understand me. While I'm catching.
Okay, let's stop right here. The octanes are about treating all women the same, but you have to start from a low quality standpoint. You have to treat all women the same, but you have to start at a low quality standpoint. I'm sorry. I don't want to treat every woman like fucking, especially me being a fleet owner. Shit, I don't want to treat women like grades of diesel. Are you fucking crazy? No, sir. There are some places where you do not go get diesel at. Period. No matter what the grade is, no matter what they say. What he's doing is he's losing his relevance among coaching failure among men. That's the problem here. This is great reason to rejoice, by the way. Being an idiot, impregnating the wrong people, and then complaining to the rest of the world is finally becoming out of style. Finally becoming out of style. Of course he is. It's Truth, the person who's married, happily married with a child. Truth is the problem now. Not him. Truth is the problem now. He just don't get merit and raising failed children and believing in the gynocracy and treating all women like diesels. He don't understand. If only Truth would see it from my level of rationality. That's what he's on. This is nuts. This is nuts. This guy right here have been this source of cancer for the actual black manosphere. This was the guy who brought this double agent of Kevin Samuels in here. This is nuts. And you don't have any actual success of your own? This is crazy.
And the other thing is, they don't like what I'm telling them, but they're too afraid to miss out on what information that I give, even if they don't understand it. When Truth told me that the octanes, and that's the moment that I know that he didn't understand me. The octanes were not about vetting women; it's about class. When he said that, that means you didn't even study this. You didn't even take it seriously. You didn't even see what I was trying to give you because you couldn't grasp, you couldn't see the value in it. Because I told it to Ron Wills and Cousin Tita, man, they jumped all over it. I told it to Dr.
Because they're old frauds like you. And it's another way of trying to pretend like you have some sort of pseudo psychological information when it's just a whole bunch of bullshit. If you try to treat these octanes the way that you're supposed to treat these octanes, you're gonna be treating different women of different class a certain type of way, and you're gonna get fucking destroyed. Because that's the overall point in the first place. Is for you to get destroyed by these women that BGS is trying to get you to interact with. The assumption of common sense goes out the window when dealing with this octane system. That's why it's pseudoscience at best and straight up bitchcraft at worst.
Johnson, man, he jumped all over it. Instantly said it's like the light bulb went on in his head. He jumped all over it. Said, man, you don't know how valuable this is. And to hear Truth blow it off like it's just class. It's like, I know he doesn't get it.
But truth has outcomes and you don't. The outcomes has to mean something, sir. You're supposed to blow off bullshit that cannot be proven, especially from a guy that hasn't went to any type of schooling. BGS, you're not a scholar at all of any kind. You're not a self-taught chemist at all of any kind. Maybe a self-taught mechanic, but you're not a self-taught chemist. There's no reason to have lied so long about that. Again, another unforced error that a mark that you've made against yourself for no reason. All this stuff that he's doing is just overcompensating for the fact that he picked the wrong type of fucking woman and he's trying to use everything in the world to justify that despite the outcomes that he's looking at in his own household. Crazy.
When Gabe A couldn't explain to me the difference between red pill and blue pill, that means I know he couldn't get it.
I can explain the difference between red pill and blue pill. Somebody has a BGS for women's channel and other men don't. I don't know anybody who's a MGTOW monk who has an actual you don't have Sandman for women. You don't have that shit. Of course. It's going to look rock. These people got outcomes. They don't have to listen to your bullshit. Like, dude, this is not like the early 90s when people were trying to figure out women. Dude, this is like 2000, man. People have moved on. People have got outcomes. Maybe I need to start a channel called MOT for Ratchet Bitches. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm conducting a trial. This is a whole Maggle inquest. What's going on, Stormcrow?
Just can't get it. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the philosophy, but he's sitting there arguing with me about a philosophy that he can't grasp. And that's when I know at some point it's a waste of time. Now,
And the reason why BGS is a waste of time because these people got results that are better than you already. They got results that are better than where you're at already. And when you have better results and better outcomes than somebody who's trying to postulate like he's some type of master teacher, dude, it's crazy. What's going on, Rory 666? Go on, man. But you're supposed to be treated this way. Like what BGS doesn't understand is when you're dealing with educated people and you're trying to push yourself off as some type of educated person without doing the work, you get quickly dismissed. That's how that works. You get easily dismissed. The moment that somebody has better outcomes than you do, lived outcomes than you do, and they don't have to hold people hostage through their own ignorance and inexperience, of course they're going to dismiss you. That's what happens in real life, bro. It happens to me 3 or 4 times a day. When somebody's trying to tell me about a fuel card, I'm like, I'm sorry, I have the best fuel card in the industry. How much did you save? 75 cents off the pump price. Best in the industry. Like I said, there's nothing to talk about. Imagine what would happen. Imagine the outcomes we would have as men in this space if we did not have BGS Itmar nor Kevin Samuels and his bullshit distractions within our male space. What happens if everybody would have taken a side and would have been forced to actually participate in the political process? before they started complaining about issues that they didn't want to fix? What if that was a requirement to be a part of the black manosphere? That you got to pick a side and you got to be a part of the process before you start complaining about shit or changing anything. I mean, because all this talk is great, but if you're not going to change the system and if you're not going to act any better toward the actual personnel that you claim you got a problem with, what are we doing here? You see, BGS can't play back any of my videos because this is called analysis. BGS only stopped short of actually presenting a narrative. He can't do analysis at all.
Now, the master teacher response channel was set up so that I don't have to interfere with my subs because my subs hate me doing this. They hate this channel. Most of my subs really hate this channel. They can't stand it. Most of them. That's why I put it way over here in the corner, the very last channel, with a caveat. Don't come over here complaining about who we go back and forth with. That's what the channel's for. Because I got tired of people putting my name in their titles and mentioning me and talking shit. I can confront it directly. And guess what? 99% of this shit stopped.
You see, the thing is, I'm doing analysis on what you're actually saying. Something that you refuse to do, by the way. Yes. He has to pretend to be a master teacher on one channel and start a whole bunch of shit and overnight bullshit on another channel. It's crazy.
Not all, but 99% of it stopped. They stopped putting my name in the title because they got direct responses. And they don't like the feedback coming back at them. That's why I put it over here. That's why I respond to it. And it's got me to understand that I don't know. I don't like to say people are not at my level, but they're not. And I have to come to grips with that. Now, I wish they would go on and make their own sector and call it whatever they want to call it.
Bro, this is our own sector. Right here is our sector, dude. Right here is our sector. I don't know why you keep saying that, but this is our sector of the manosphere. You are the cancer, sir. You are. Yeah, he keeps trying to claim the black manosphere is his. It's like, dude, the only thing that you've done is brought an actual dude here to draw the focus away from the things that we need to be focused on in the manosphere. That's your greatest achievement. The biggest side played on black men was this Kevin Samuel shit. Trying to correct women who don't need your help from his in apartment studio. It's fucking stupid. And guess what? All that correcting, all that yelling, all that screaming at those women, all that putting women down, and the women still got infinite dick today. Now you got these SBE clowns offering less than infinite dick argument to these fucking women that don't need them. It's crazy.
A black manosphere 2, the black manosphere alternative, whatever they want to call it. Just go over and make your own. Stop trying to claim what I've built, regardless of whether you say I built it or not. Stop trying to claim.
Oh my God! Whether he built it or not, he wants to claim he built the black manosphere now. What? 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 Bro, this clip is 17 minutes, 28 seconds. 17 minutes, 28 seconds. BGS says he wants to claim he built the black manosphere now. Bucket TV, hey man, he sure told me. He sure told me. 17:28 of this video. He wants to now claim that he built the whole black manosphere now. Like, you think this guy would have stopped with claiming that 1.0 didn't exist? Now he built the whole black manosphere now. You see, this is what I mean by unforced errors. Like, bro, before you made this live stream, you didn't need to make that claim. You did not need to make that claim, sir. You literally could have went on about your business and not made that claim. Now you built the black manosphere now. Wow. Actually, he built a trap door within the black manosphere. He built a trap door within the black manosphere that led you right back to the community. That's what he actually built. He built an off ramp or a turnabout that led you right back into the people that you should have stayed away from in the first place. Unbelievable. Wasn't it more?
What I built. Stop trying to extract people because that I've gathered them for your own use. Okay. You neither earned it nor bought it, but you think you're entitled to it, and you're not. Haven't spent enough money nor put in enough work. So that's the end of my ramble, man. Otherwise, it would go on way too long. I don't normally ramble on this particular channel, but this was apropos. It's very apropos. And, my animals been going crazy in my dreams for the last couple of nights. So if she don't quiet down, I might have to go back to turning on white noise in the middle of the night, man, because she's been going off. But the thing is that for this channel, for this venture, for this kind of stuff, at some point, we got to make a decision. And some people I have to just let go because it's not because I hate them. It's not because, I don't like them. Let's put it this way. That's, a hatred to, there's probably one guy that, that we have a mutual hatred for. I ain't gonna mention who that is. And some people I dislike for obvious reasons. But most people I'm indifferent to. Most of these people I'm indifferent to. But at some point, start limiting access and stop wasting my time and stop wasting their time. If you're not over here learning, you can't exchange what I've learned, what I had to give you, then you're wasting your time. Stop wasting your time over here. Like
Oh my God. BGS wants you to be a failed man so bad. God, he wants you to be a failed man so bad. He wants you to have a Keisha and an ain't shit dude sleeping on the couch in every black man's home. And he ain't gonna be satisfied until you go pick you up a woman, dust her off with some diesel juice, and just make sure that you pick the wrong type of woman so that way you can have the right type of complaints. It's crazy. I learned something tonight, man. BGS built the whole black manosphere. Oh my.
like the last thing. This is something I'll say and I'll go. Like we're up here and gay base throwing shots saying I'm King Trick, right? You're the tricking king. I said, where'd you get that from? He wouldn't say. That's what I want to hear. Motherfucker, why don't you just say who said it? I'm just a messenger. Get the message right. I told him exactly what it was about tricking. He had a whole rundown, and at the end of the day, he was babbling. At the end of
Well, Senku, you're learning how to lose. You're learning how to lose to the exact women that you shouldn't be messing around with in the first place. And at this point, I want these women to take your damn head off. If you want to go over there and practice game on these fucking women, I want them to take your head all the way off your shoulders. Keisha, get him! He's practicing game. He's trying to impregnate you and leave you with another child. This man ain't got no good things about him. Get him! Get him! He's not one of ours. Get him out of here. Oh man. Let me go to Truth as I Know His channel because this Itmore has said something else that is so ridiculous that we gotta play it. Uh uh uh. All right, let's finish this out.
the day, he had to leave because he didn't want to hear what I had to say about morals and about tricking and how the world really works. And he's married. He has to keep those thoughts out of his head. Blue pill.
You will take my failed knowledge or you are blue pill, my friend. What is going on here? Is going on here?
You got to go back in the matrix. You got to plug your ears and you got to take your blue pill and plug back in. Why are you here?
If you was having a successful marriage, you literally can't tell people anything, BGS. Bro, you the one who ain't got no outcomes here. Like, he get mad as shit when people with outcomes dismiss him. That's what it is. He don't like when people who have outcomes just dismiss the hell out of him. He cannot stand that. Yes, when people have outcomes and they see you talking from a position as a MGTOW monk, they look at you like you're insane. They look at you like you're insane.
I'm the wrong person to talk to because I'm going to
Yes.
show you the real. I'm going to take you to the desert of the real and show you exactly what reality is like. I'm going to take you from blue pill to black pill, and most people cannot grasp that. And they're going to limp away quietly, as they should. Stop trying to moralize something when you don't even understand where the morals came from or why they exist or why you believe them, even though you just spotted out of your mouth what you believed. And it wasn't even accurate. Doesn't even line up with real life. Anyhow, let me get out of here before this shit gets too long. BGS out now. See you guys on the next one. Peace.
All right. That's it for that video. And let's go to this strange bit of actual hardware. Yeah. You know what, Rael? In Casino, uh, Joe Pesci went out there to that cornfield for the real too. So let's go to Truth as I Know It. Because I heard this and I couldn't believe what I heard. But we have to keep in mind what's about to be said about Kevin Samuels by BGS Itmore. Let's go over.
Kevin says high value men have options
Yep.
because Kevin used to
Oh
run
no.
Kevin used to run an escort service for high value men.
I don't know. I
He
don't.
said so.
I think
They all do it. All wealthy guys trick. That's how come Kevin says high value men have options.
Yeah.
Because Kevin used to
Oh
run.
no.
Kevin used to run an escort service for high value men.
I don't know.
He said so.
I think
They all do it. All wealthy guys trick. That's how come Kevin says high value men have options.
Yeah.
Because Kevin used to
Oh
run.
no.
Kevin used to run an escort service for high value men.
I don't know.
He said so.
I think
They all do it. All wealthy guys trick. That's how come Kevin says high value men have options.
Yeah.
Because Kevin used to
Oh
run.
no.
Kevin used to run an escort service for high value men.
I don't know.
He said so.
I think
Man, I had to play it like 5 or 6 times, man. That was crazy. Why would you say that against your dead friend? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? There is no reason to do that. God, there's no reason to do that. Dude, do you know how much disrespect that is to that dude to say that? And you know how I feel about Kevin Samuels. I would never say some stupid shit like that about him. Kenneth Williams, thanks for the $4.99 super sticker. Dude, I would never say that about that dude. I would never say that. That is nuts. Why would you say that? Why? Why would you say that? What's going on, Complex? What's going on, man?
MOT, man. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Remember last night when Truth came into the chat and then he said that, and we were like, what? No way. No way. Okay, bro. I see why you played it 5 times, because we needed to make sure we heard that.
Yes, because I need to make sure.
Yeah.
But
I was sitting up last night. I was like, Truth, get the fuck out of here, bro. What?
Bro, listen, man. Like,
oh,
how you see that Beyond Beef shit in the fucking like supermarket, and you don't touch that shit? Like, this what this
Beyond Beef.
This shit is, man. Like, bro, like, why the fuck would you say that, man?
Shit. Damn, dude. It's like, yeah. That's the type of shit where a nigga get at you in your dreams because they done passed on into the other realm. So they can only talk to you when you're in like a REM state of sleep, right? Where like the dimensions kind of cross, and then he can kind of come down and be like, motherfucker, right?
Kevin Samuels should have punched him in the fucking chest, man.
Like, seriously, dude, like, so fucking hard that, like, he wakes up and feels the shit. Like literally, I would have literally, like, crossed over from dimensions just to holler at a nigga for saying some shit like that. Because, you know, here's the thing, MOT. I don't want to actually believe that might be true, because then there's the auspices of the surrounding how he passed on, and then you tell me something like that, and then my mind gets to really thinking about some shit, and then yeah. But anyway,
I'm sorry, man. I don't believe you. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I think he'll say anything, and that's one of those anything fucking statements. Nah, bro. You ain't about to get me with this shit. No, sir. No, sir. I do not believe.
Dude, that was just oh god, dude, that was just bad taste. Don't say things like that.
Now he is correct. He was running an escort service, as in escorting these men back to women that they shouldn't be fucking with in the first place. He's right, kind of right, but like him
Wait a
running an
minute.
escort
He did have
service
a Facebook. He had a
group
Facebook group where he did hook some people up. Okay. Go ahead.
because these people couldn't meet anywhere else on the planet, but they met in their group. All right, man. They got married at the
Okay.
group. I guess,
Okay.
but at the end of the day,
Okay.
this is how this dude is disrespecting your boy after he dies, though.
This is the part that's fucking me. That's why I was like, nigga, I would literally come see him in his dreams.
Man, fuck that. Mephisto,
What the
his
fuck is wrong
part of
with
the
you?
soul. I got to go back. Got to go back. Heard something. I got to go back. Get me back there. That's crazy, man.
Man, dude, that's just oh, Okay, well, let's not get bogged down too much into the KS stuff because,
Yeah.
But
Yeah, man, let's get out of there, man. Yeah.
yeah,
Here's the Batman grappling hook. I'm out of there. I'll throw the grappling hook to you.
Robin, he gets it. Boom, we're out of there. Right? Okay. The fucking Adam West Batman from back in the day. You know that type of deal.
No, here's somebody biff bonk.
Biff, pow, black.
All right, Andre. So what do you think of this presentation?
Oh God, wait, what? Should I drop down? You want to
Yeah. No. No, stay.
No, stick around. Okay, I'm gonna mute. You got it, man. Oh shit. Okay.
All right.
You actually do make a fair argument here. Like,
Yeah,
I can admit that.
Okay, so all right. So back to yesterday. How long you been in the space?
Back to yesterday, meaning what exactly?
All right, man. No problem.
Yeah, that's
man,
what I
conversation
figured.
back
Okay,
on track.
all right.
No, man.
Okay, all right.
No problem, man. Like I said, man. You give them a chance, man. But
Yeah,
at the end of the day, this is just where we at, man. And people don't even know, man, that they wasted all this time for no dumbass reason, man. Like they went to two old frauds and failures on how to get with people that they're not supposed to be with,
Mm-hmm.
and they know they ain't supposed to be with them either.
No, MOT. There's something else I wanted to mention, right? Because I want to get this on the record while we're on your channel. So I got to speak to you specifically, right? See, you get a bad rap by a lot of people, right? And I think what it is that things are misunderstood. Now, shout out to
There's no context on purpose.
Say that
There's
again?
no context on like there's no context on purpose, and most people can't see through the actual hangout fashion.
But but the MOT. Well, here's the point I want to make though. Shout outs to Tita Gali, Mule Amaru. If you guys ain't sub to him. He's been running a bunch of old live streams from, let's just say, the 2.0, 3.0 transition era. So
Correct.
you can hear a lot of things.
Subscribe to right here.
Yeah. If you haven't subscribed to his channel, subscribe to it. And if there's a mod that can post it, please do. Because there's a lot of valuable information there.
New spiritual logic oak, a lot of decent people here tonight. It's just that the problem is that they wanted to hold back black men just a little bit longer before the shit could actually happen. And that's the sickening part of it. It's like, as an elder, you should not be here for 9 years trying to stagnate men below you. You shouldn't be doing that.
But MOT, let me get this out though. On those live streams that T was playing in the past week, there were exchanges between you, right, with you and Mike V, BGS and all that, right? See, all of this hostility that they try to charge you with, it wasn't there. And this is what I want people to understand. You see, there's a reason why there's been a change in tactic by MOT. See, I've known MOT for a minute. He's the same dude. This is why we laugh, we crack up about shit. He's the same dude.
20 live streams on my channel with me and BGS on the same panel having.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what I wanted to point out. You listen. Sometimes you got to change tactics, but the brother is got integrity because there's proof. Okay, I'm just saying. This is. I think this might be a good portion of why he feels maybe a little pressure or something like that, because there's been a false narrative told about a lot of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and it's like what people don't understand is that all this stuff is his fault. Like I said, I hate to give Grifter advice, but bro, you could have took the Ron Wills route. Ron Will is on the same stupid shit that you on, but guess what Ron Wills don't do? He's not slandering dudes in the space. He's not throwing productive men under the bus. He just sits over there in the corner, runs his fucking bullshit. Who follows, who don't follow, who don't follow. He don't care about the people who don't listen to him because he's trying to destroy these dudes at the end of the day and keep his bullshit going for another generation. And if you wanted to do that, because you're around these people, the only thing you have to do is not draw attention to yourself. It's not hard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now Andre's trying to pretend like he didn't know what I was talking about yesterday. Oh, okay.
I mean, dude, this is
So,
where it's just like, bro, like
nah, man,
once
just
again, like,
allow
look,
him
hey,
up,
man,
ask
like,
him a question, get him out of here.
dude, TB speaking to that cluster B type shit that a lot of dudes are really exhibiting nowadays, bro. It's strange. It's a simple question. How long you been around? I don't know. Why? Get out of here.
Yeah, but the problem is that a lot of people don't know the history, and they refuse to learn the history because they're too busy trying to hang out right now and be popular right now. Because you have to understand the strong chemical reaction of getting your shit off without being responsible about what you're actually saying.
Yeah, you're talking about that endorphin shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do they call it? Mental, you know what?
Yeah.
Self-elation, whatever. Right. Yeah, that whole sort of endorphin release that you get from, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Since Andre's talking in the chat, let's do this.
You want me to drop me down if you want to have a
no,
one-on-one with you?
no.
No.
He's
Okay.
he's
All
gonna
right.
talk from the chat. Yeah, that's what he's gonna talk from the chat.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, since the questions are too long form for the auditory,
Wait. Long form. How long have you been here? 6 words
Yeah.
plus a question mark. I'm sorry. There's another character. 7.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Is it the question mark that's throwing him off?
I think so. I think so.
Oh shit.
It's like,
Okay.
what's that squiggly line at the end of the sentence?
What's that?
Come on, man.
Oh fuck. Oh
You can't
man.
respond from backstage, nigga. You talking in the chat? You're talking. Oh my god, what is going on here?
Don't let him derail, bro. Dude, I had to get him out of there yesterday. I was just like, bro, 6th anniversary. This is our joint. You got something to say? If you don't, be up out of here. You had to get up out of here, bro. Real talk. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sally.
right now it's necessary, Andre. How long have you been here?
Okay. Okay, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year.
Yeah, man, 7 years.
Okay, or we don't even have to years, maybe months. Right? Maybe months are applicable. What say you, MOT? 7, 8, 10 months. I don't know. Right?
Oh, okay. 4 years. About 4 years. So, okay, great.
That's pathetic.
So,
Okay, that's sad.
Who are you? Who do you?
just wasn't sure if he understood like units of time and stuff like that.
No, I mean he said 4 years. That's good for him. Should be making progress.
Okay, so he understands what a year is. Okay, all right, cool. You just count the Christmases.
Truth. What's going on, man?
MOT, what's going on?
Chilling out, man. Chilling out, man.
Complex.
Shit.
Happy anniversary.
Hey, what's up, Truth?
Yeah.
Welcome, brother. Yo, man, it's been busy. Gabe, man. Gabe, shout out to you, man. I don't know where you got this king trick from. I call him a certified trick. I think that hurt him. But when you brought up him being a king trick, in his mind, he tried to kill. Let me tell you, Gabe, all the billionaires, all wealthy men, they all got side pieces. And if the wife's a 6, then the side pieces are 10s, all of them. And so,
That dude got aggressive than a motherfucker.
didn't he?
Oh my God. Yes, he did.
Even Kevin Samuels.
Wow.
Even Kevin Samuels. Let me tell you, he told me personally that he had his own escort service for high value man. I go,
Man,
Why do you put that out here? It's just, not you, Truth. I'm saying, really, because dude, I couldn't believe when you said that last night. I was like, excuse me,
man, bro, I had to like
what?
mute. I had to mute before I fucking
Jesus.
ran into somebody, man, because I was just looking at that shit. I was paying attention to the road, man.
that's one of those things you gotta see it to believe it. It's like, yeah, true. I'm sure you saw that, but I gotta see it to believe it though, because that's just wild. Because even
Man,
if
I had to play it 5 times, bro. I had to play it 5
Bro,
times.
he played it. He literally ran it back about 5, 6 times
Yeah, I had to
so
run
that
it
we
back
all
5
got it
times.
loud and clear.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not even questioning it now. Because last night I was just like, Truth, bro, what? Like, what? Did you get a nice little stash from somewhere, bro? Like, you're just hearing some shit? Like, dude, what?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, this is
Like,
what
ugh.
happens. This is what happens when you punch a guy in the face publicly and then run his sons over in the process and let him know that it's on, and then you knock on his front door when they don't see you coming. Hey, yo, BGS, where you at, fam? Oh, you gonna let me in?
Hey,
Right?
what's going
And then
on, man?
he starts having mental breakdowns. Oh, it's so life
Bro,
so tough. I'm having
it's
problems. And then
crazy.
shit just starts falling out of his mouth.
No,
Bro, like,
I had said this, Truth. I think that a lot of this, I'm not entirely attributing it to this, but again, Tita Gali was playing some live streams from, say, like the 2.0, 3.0 transition era, right? 2019, 2020, 2021, around that time period, right? And there was a lot to soak in from a lot of that, right? A lot of things that were said that literally go against what people stand for today, right?
but a lot of people invest too much time in it, and they kind of can't come back from it,
Well, it was a perfect example. Now, Truth, I think, what live stream was that? What you were on where you brought up Attic and Forrest, and you said, well, Attic and Forrest even said that you're not part of Manosphere. Or I'm sorry, not Ibmore. Sorry, let me run that back. You're not part of Ibmore, right? Because Attic and Forrest is the dude. For those of you guys who don't know, he's the one who created Ibmore. Now, on a live stream that T played, that's on BGS's channel. That's the funny part. He told a dude that he was arguing with, right? Some dude that he was putting in the chair. You guys know that term, right? He put him in the chair and then proceeded to tell the guy that he started it more.
Just like he created the Black Manosphere, as he just said.
Well, he said that too on this clip that MOT just played. But see, I'm saying, the thing about it is, Truth. Now you understand why it was that Attic and Forrest said that about him.
Right.
Because he claimed to have started Ibmore when it was Attic and Forrest who did it. So you tell on yourself.
I mean,
And
but that's really
the funny thing was
Unforced era. There's no reason to lie about it. Like, come on.
Yeah.
no
You ain't got a lot to kick it.
What was funny is how Adigan said it to me. He got mad at me. He goes, Truth, you're a pig if you think BGS Ibmore is actually an Ibmore. Like, insulted me. Like, oh, Adigan, I mean, he calls himself an indoor. How would I know? I mean, the resentfulness. Now that makes sense why he would say that, because not only maybe he's false flagging or he doesn't live by the tenant, but he actually tried to steal the moniker, the acronym, the title from Adigan.
Well, he kind of did. He kind of did. That's why he kind of did, and that's why Adigan Forrest don't. That's why he don't fuck with him.
Man. And so you got his followers. They see this, but it's like Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. You don't talk about the lies. You don't talk about the double talk. You don't talk about going back to the table. You don't talk about these things that don't make sense.
No, you don't talk about it.
It's like a cult.
Like Ryan, what's going on, man? You there? Mic working?
Right.
I'm just soaking in what Truth's saying. I want to hear what you've got to say, man. Because he really been digging deep, and he you know, the thing I appreciate about Truth is Truth took some of the videos that me and Complex did in the last couple of years, and I think that the series that we did on masculinity is what really shot Truth out there, and really fully analyzing BGS, because some of the things that I have referenced from a book on masculine archetypes, he really took to.
Made a video about it.
And he made a video about it, and it really, he really used it to really focus on like what he's really been saying and really dissecting it. And so that was one of the things we were trying to get across. Like, you don't betray men. You know, I know there's something bitch made in a dude who betrays a brother. I don't care. I don't care what group of men it is. It could be Greeks. It could be Romans. It could be Africans. It could be Italians. It doesn't matter. Man, betrayal of a code, man. You know, really is something that just hits so deep and at the heart of masculinity. And when you show the ability to try to morph and to be a chameleon and try to shift into so many different things, to avoid being true to who you're supposed to be as a man, it just really shows that, you know, you really you worse, I mean, than the lowest scum, man. You know, because even people, man, on the street, man, who might be in criminal activity, man, at least they come to terms with it, and they just like, hey, it's what it is. If I get caught, I get caught. If I don't, I don't. It is what it is. And if they get caught, they'll do their time. But this dude is just so, like, I just look at it just from the Generation X standpoint. He has caused so much like, there could have been people, man, we could have been, you know, we could have worked together, man. We could have been making some stuff happen with Angry Man and other types of people. And he has just been consistently at the center of so many beefs in this space.
All of it.
Yeah.
Like, he's really been the centerpiece of all the madness in this space, man. And, you know, I know being Generation X and all the things that came with us, we broke so many molds just because of how boomers really dropped things from a traditional standpoint, and how so many of us had to figure things out here, and just really piece a lot of things together. Thankfully, a lot of us had connections with our grandparents. I think that's one of the things that has really saved a lot of us, having that old school connection. Like people like me and MOT and Complex. I'm not sure about you, Truth, but many of us have had those connections with our grandparents that really solidified, because it gave us something to compare. You know, I know what it's like to have the first part of my life be with my great grandparents and the order that they brought to bear, and then post their death, how things change. Because when those types of people die, and there's no people that's left to take on that mantle, you really do get a chaotic situation. And so we were very fortunate as Generation X that even though many boomers dropped the ball for us as far as parents, we did have those connections with grandparents. And Gen millennials and Gen Z don't have that. And so when you have somebody like this who is so scaly and just chameleon like, and just you know, when you're this old and you're clout chasing, man, you know, it's just one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. I've said this many times. I've been around a lot of, I've seen a lot of old stupid people, man. I ain't never seen somebody this bad. Never. I've never seen it. I've been around my great grandfather in his 60s. He was nowhere near this type of person, not even close. I mean, you want to talk about completely opposite end of the spectrum? I mean, completely opposite end of the spectrum, man. Completely opposite.
Yeah, it's man to me it's just crazy that it all comes down to the point to where this guy is literally here to make sure people have bad outcomes. And if you don't want to listen to his failed man advice, then he's just gonna take his stupid ball and go home. And it's like, bro, you gotta be able to be dismissed. Like he doesn't understand that not having any experience when talking people to experiences get you dismissed immediately. Immediately.
It's crazy, MOT, that he would say that Gabe and I don't understand what he's saying.
What?
He's the one who's unmarried, who
That's
said
what I'm saying.
he told me the reason. Well, he didn't tell me. He said the reason he picked his baby mama was because she was beautiful. He said that's why I wanted to get her pregnant, because she was beautiful. That's your vetting system. You're making videos about vetting, but I mean, I'm just not seeing the fruits of your labor here. You didn't apply
Wait,
it to your
what?
real life.
Ho,
And then
ho,
to
ho,
say,
Well,
hold
that
on.
would make truth. That would make sense why he said you can't fully vet women, because if that's your criteria, yeah, dude. Yep.
oh, then
He
today
said that to you, Truth? He
he said it.
literally.
He said it on a live stream, open air.
Oh wow.
Open air. He goes, yeah, that's why I chose my baby mama, because she looked good.
So
So
he chose her because he chose her because she had good hair too. I mean, come on, bro.
She has good
Come
hair,
on.
dude. No, dude. Come on.
yeah, the
Wow.
negotiation bro. He's a negotiation bro. That's what he was saying too. Oh, we got to negotiate. We got to negotiate. And I go, BGS. If you're gonna build your family, there's a lot of things that you just can't negotiate on. Like a negotiation table when it comes to your family structure, that's real damn. Oh, you don't know what you're talking. Oh, what do you mean? You got to negotiate. And then he posted a video today. I listened to a little bit of it, and it was one of his old videos about the 4 things I tell my son about women. It was kind of interesting the way he worded it, because he didn't say it was the 4 things I told my son about women. He
Yeah.
said it's the 4 things I would tell my son. So it's like he didn't even
Yeah.
give him whatever game. He wouldn't
No, he
be
did.
cruel enough to tell his son that, perhaps, is maybe what I'm thinking. And then when I heard it, it was just basically, I'm bitter with women. Women cannot be trusted and they're evil. And I'm going to be an incel and trick because I can't deal with women. That's
Well,
basically
hold
what
on.
I
And
got.
women.
But
And
hold on. That's a. I'm glad you admitted that he said that truth, because, and I know a lot of you younger people might not be privy to this type of bullshit that we were privy to coming up. But let me tell you something. There were dudes, and I'm not lying, and I'm pretty sure most of the men on this panel will attest to this. There were black dudes in Black America who will put needles in condoms to purposely get chicks pregnant. That happened a lot.
Facts.
That happened a lot. And we were hearing about it as middle schoolers and high schoolers, but these were older dudes, okay? These were older dudes. So it's not far fetched what Truth is saying, that you have a guy who's thinking like that on that particular level. Like you had dudes where you had females who would just, okay, they might have been interested in having sex with a dude, but they weren't trying to get pregnant. And the dude would get the condom, he'd put some needle holes, stick a little needle in it, and purpose to get a chick pregnant, just as a way to try to keep that chick with him. That happened. That happened a lot. So you have to really understand when you're talking about a guy in his 60s saying he decided to impregnate a chick because she was pretty, like
Yep.
that's of that same
Wanted to
mindset.
destroy her, take her completely off the market, so
Yep.
nobody else can be able to be there. Yep, I know a lot of dudes.
I
who
mean,
did that.
dude, don't. Here's the thing, bro. If that's how you've gone about doing shit, like, don't then try to tell people that are doing it not only in the right way, but in the way in which it produces the positive life results, that you're somehow lesser than. That is true. Think about it, right? It's like it's like it's like getting a certification to get a higher paying job, and then the person who makes less than you tells you that you're actually not making more than him. Do you get? Does that make any sense to you, Truth?
It does make sense. I would say something too. It looks like
Wait, it makes
like
sense?
a form of evil. Well, I mean that's what he's
Wait,
doing. Like that's what he's doing.
no, that's what I'm saying. But does that
Yeah,
make any sense to try to like?
no.
Because no, I'm saying his position was literally just that in terms of what he's saying to you, and then I'm
Right.
thinking, okay, I was married, right? I know how things worked in a marriage situation, bro. The money worked a little different. Trust me on this. Okay, it worked a little different. There was a lot there, right, for us to do a lot of things and grow and all that kind of shit. Matter of fact, I was talking to Super Triz. Shout out to him. I was talking to him on the phone today, and we had a dialogue about this type of stuff, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, if you're a person, especially a man who's actually lived this, you actually practice it, right, on a day-to-day, and you can speak to it. It's really hard, I would dare say impossible, to consider the position of someone who is in a lesser than state than you, convincing you that what you're doing is lesser than his position. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's what I mean. I don't know how one does that.
I do. I think I know why. I think
Okay,
I know why.
speak on it. Okay, explain to me.
Well, how that was a good one that you caught, Complex. When you said that, I was like, damn, I wish it.
That's why I wanted to make sure I laid this out, bro. I wanted to make sure I laid this out properly.
Here he goes. I was raised at the feet of black women. What? There you go. Who speaks like that? You were raised at the feet of black women, which tells me that he sees himself as subservient, inferior, lower on the hierarchy than black women. And the way he spoke over the years, the way he's spoken about himself and black women is that he sees himself as a servant, as someone who's supposed to be a warrior for black women, to get black men to take this. And he says it to bring black men back to the table. He says things like, we have this matriarchy and it's never going to change. And my job is to bring black men and black women together and just make it work for everybody. And then people say it as, we just need a better deal. It doesn't have to be great for everybody. It doesn't have to put black men in a position where we can ball out of control and build together and terraform this United States and this world. No. We just need some more crumbs on our plate, a little more hay in the slave shack. Right?
But wait a minute. Wait. Truth. Hold on. So why is it you're catching hell over this? help me understand about this family building warrior thing and why. Wait, hold on. MOT, can just give me this one.
All right.
Why are you catching hell over that? Help me understand.
Because it's antithetical to going back to the table with broken women who men should stay away from. So when like I was on the Raj Report and I go, BGS, why don't you just tell black men that if they can't get a quality black woman to work out a family and a marriage and get on their program and she shares her she surrenders to him,
Mm-hmm.
then to go find a non-black woman and they just keep it moving because that's what everybody else does in this world. And he goes, no.
So ideally speaking, what you're talking about is basically a woman. Kind of, we're not making heads or tails of ethnicity per se. However, we're talking about a woman who is compatible with your program. Yay or nay?
Right. Yes. And so he goes,
okay.
No,
Gotcha.
Truth. We can't. He said, no, Truth. We can't tell black men that if they can't get the black woman that they want to get, just get a different type of woman. You can't tell them that because
really?
if you tell them that,
really,
they'll actually do it. Right? Because
what?
Yeah, he said they'll actually don't tell them to do that because black men will actually do it. And so he says he's not a pro-black, but he's really a radical pro-black where he'll destroy black men's outcomes. He'll destroy their outcomes as long as it's leading them back to women that they should probably stay away from. Because
what are his live streams about Latinas about?
Just a smoke screen, just to make black women bitter, just to give black men a little bit of hope, so they know, hey, I'm for Latinos. I'm not against Asian women, white women. They're my style, but if you're with them, that's cool. That's kind of a smoke screen, just a mask. It's just cover fire, because he doesn't believe in any of that at all. He just doesn't.
Insane. Okay. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Case closed.
I don't know if it was. Oh shit! I think MOT's still muted.
You can't say I didn't let you have it. All right.
No, you can't.
That's why I mute up, man. Because I'm just sitting there just screaming.
No. I wanted to let Truth rock, man, because it's been a lot of stuff out here lately, bro, and his name been floating around, and I just had to kind of throw some questions out here to let him get it out.
Yeah, but the problem here with the like you can't bring family building warrior up to a dude who has bad outcomes, man. They don't want to hear that shit. I mean, he's proud of what he chose, but he don't want to take responsibility for what he chose. And that family building warrior shit just really fucks with him to no end.
Okay, MOT question: dysfunctional or not, or however the state he has? Would you say that he has a family that he has built?
Yes.
Okay. See, so this is interesting, right? Because Truth is espousing doing it the correct way, and then we have somebody telling the person doing it the correct way that, the way you're doing it is blue pill.
Correct.
Okay. I'm done. I'm
in
so
blue
fucking
pill,
done.
it's supposed to be some slander from a guy who's monk mode and don't deal with women.
This
he has
is
a blue pill channel called BGS for Blue Pill Men, understanding of actual women that you shouldn't be dealing with in the first place.
Okay, I got to say.
Okay.
Let me say this too, because
you got it, Truth. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
As much as he said about, Truth is blue pill, Gabe is a blue pill. When I pulled up, and knocked at his front door, and he let me on his channel and dropped me down like 7 times. Yeah. When I left, he actually goes, I can't believe he said it. I should clip that too. He goes, what do I know about marriage? I'm monk mode. I don't know anything about marriage. he actually admitted it. So,
No. See, that was truth. They call that a double entendre.
Yeah.
Where it actually doubles upon itself. So he kind of thought he was making a point, but then, okay, he made a joke or a sarcastic point, but then the way in which he did it.
No, he was not sarcastic though. He was
what?
He wasn't being. He meant it as if because I think he just got real frustrated, man. He was just frustrated with the
Yeah.
convo, and he couldn't run the whole thing.
Oh,
So when he
okay.
gets it's like with Gabe. Like the reason he said that with Gabe is because Gabe called him King Trick, and it, when you're a narcissist and you get called out to the carpet in public, man, you
Yeah,
go on
man.
this
You
rage
can't
on the
handle that
inside.
shit.
He couldn't
Yeah.
handle it, so
Well,
he's same
here's the thing. But if you trick, then you're a trick.
And
I mean, but
he said it 100 times, 200 times. He open air admitted it, so I don't know why he's getting frustrated.
Well, if you trick, you're a trick, dude. Okay, you're a black pill trick. Gotcha.
wait a minute.
Don't try to convince and scold successful men who have successful marriages and homes and households.
Whoa.
Because you're a black pill trick. Don't do that.
Tricking?
Right.
Oh man, my head is
black pill monk tricking. Bro. Yes, black pill monk tricking, and as a black pill monk trick, the last people that you should be having a conversation with.
Oh shit!
The last people that you should be having a conversation with is successfully married men. Bro, go somewhere else. Go the fuck somewhere else and talk about something else.
No, because successful married men are like his antithesis. Like he look at them dudes like the Reverse Flash. Like, what the fuck? Like you.
Oh, wait. Are the successfully married men that are sub to him also, ironically, the 1,500 dudes who report to DC, the government?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just
like
trying to put it all together here. I'm sorry.
Definitely.
I'm just trying to.
Such a round figure. It's almost like these lay counts from these dating coaches. Like what? Like, come on, man.
I'm just trying to put it all together here.
I'm like, bro, you got 1,500 separate people that you can contact in DC that can do shit, but you live in liberal ass California. Like, man, come on, bro. It's like at some point you just gotta stop lying about this shit, man. Like, bro, I get it. Wait, hold on a second. Let me go to Roosevelt. Yep. Yeah, I contact YouTube about that right now. I got an attorney looking into it. They're doing some research to see what can be happening to make sure that my notifications go out, because they don't go out. I know they don't go out because I don't even get the notifications on my alternate channel. I don't get no notifications from my channel. I don't get no notifications. So thanks for the super chat. But yeah.
Yeah, this same guy.
2008. Hold on a second, man. I ain't seen this dude in years. BGS brags about his son preference for only Latinas, but he comes online to tell black men to work it out with Keisha on the plantain. What? I think he does that to try to bring some SYSBM credentials to his conversation piece, but what are you saying about Latinos if your son is on the couch and not doing shit?
Okay, I know not about that.
Yeah.
I know not about that.
He said his son was on the couch?
Yeah. At some point.
Oh, man.
Maybe now. I mean, but at the end of the day, man, dude, at the end of the day, you're going to talk to married people and you're going to sound insane. Especially if you don't have the same outcomes that they have, you're going to sound crazy. That's just what it is.
If I was single, I would sound the exact same way. There would be no difference. I would be saying the exact same things if I was single. Maybe being married gives me more credibility, but when I was single, I mean, I had this exact same mentality. And so if I was a single guy and I was listening to BGS and he says things, well, I haven't had sex with a woman since Obama was in office. Where he goes and
whoa.
Jesus Christ. And
if I do have sex, I'm going to pay for it. If I heard that as a single man, I go, I can't take him seriously about women in any capacity. I just can't take him seriously because that just doesn't go together. And why would a man say that open air so proudly?
That strikes me as a guy who
like since Obama, bro, it's 2024, man. Bro, it's 8 years.
that strikes me as a guy who lives in Vegas and has a gambling habit, and every morning he gets up and goes
Mike
to
Janigo, what's going on, man?
the
Hey, what's going
blackjack
on?
table.
What's going on, man?
So I just
Oh
had a
shit.
I just had a question as far
Yeah.
as just so how does what BGS does or what he's talking about for his audience, right? He makes content specifically catered to his audience of black men who specifically want black women dysfunctional or not. So how does what he does affect what you guys want to do moving forward?
Okay, so here's the
Let me.
problem.
Oh, let me get. Oh, please.
Wait. As part
Oh,
of his
y'all got it. I'm in
content,
mute. Go ahead.
okay, so as part of his content, he throws productive men under the bus in order to do his content. I know you haven't heard that portion of it, but that's a huge portion of what he's doing. Like when he says Manosphere 1.0 didn't exist and lied about the existence of it, and then Manosphere 1.0 came through and like gave him the receipts of it. Now, the part that you didn't see is that like BGS could just cater to his bunch of fucking idiots and never have to bring the brain trust up, never have to lie about the history of anything. But the part that you don't get is that he does all this shit as part of his content. What you're saying is true, but that's a BGS problem that he haven't done that. That's not our problem. We only responded to some shit that he says, not just coming out the blue and attacking him for no reason. Even though it may look that way, he's saying shit when he doesn't need to. Like I said, a
Oh,
lot of people have left the black manosphere and they don't have to throw productive men under the bus. They don't have to talk shit about the brain trust. They don't have to do any of that.
okay, yeah. And I apologize if he said something recently about you guys and I didn't catch the first part of the stream. I kind of jumped in here and I just saw it was,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
everybody just stomping on
yeah. But
BGS.
Smoke
Yeah.
was
see,
lying.
yeah, but
No,
it was
nobody's
probably
stomping
like
on
20
what it
minutes
is
of the
though.
actual live stream.
Come on, Smirgo.
No, MOT actually played. He played where we got brought up, and really, there was no point. We didn't. We
Oh
didn't.
yeah,
We
yeah.
weren't. We
So
didn't.
this
We
is
didn't
something
have.
recent.
Yes, recent,
No,
very recent.
well,
Okay.
MOT played it earlier in this live stream, and what I'm saying, yeah, he did the upload earlier today, and the thing is that the point that he was making, we weren't even relevant to it. That's what MOT's talking about. Go ahead, bro. You all got it.
Yeah, but the thing is like my ego is that he clearly can do that shit, but he doesn't. And it's like I could point out 10 different people who's climbing on the same shit that he's on. Once they leave like black YouTube, they're done. I mean, they have a cadre of personnel that they actually proselytize to, and it doesn't even revolve or even require bringing our name up at all because our channels are not even that big. Well, mine's is, but that other people's isn't. And when you keep misstating stuff and you got people who got better outcomes than you to just jump on the panel and ask you simplistic questions and you rage quit or you drop them down and all that kind of stuff, it's wild. It's wild that he would open himself up to having married men on the panel with outcomes when he don't have any. Now, a normal person would be like, okay, let me screen these people to have them on. Not like on some Rush Limbaugh shit, on some conservative talk radio shit. You don't care, man. He just take whoever comes up, disrespect whoever comes up, make shit up after you leave. And it's like all this stuff is just not even needed, man.
But MOT, when I look at this, I go, let's say he brings a married guy up, and the married guy says married guy things.
Yes.
You don't even have to agree, but why do you got to be disrespectful? Why do you got to redirect the conversation and stupefy the conversation or make these goofy talking points that are unbelievable and just have terrible logic to them and then try to make the married guy look like a fool? And I say that, that's very, and then to claim black manosphere, that's what the black manosphere is about. It's like, no,
No,
that's
it
not black
isn't.
manosphere.
So
No.
here's the issue. You're approaching BGS, right? A guy who is on the record saying he wants to pair black men with black women, right? In a culture that's
Not his
dysfunctional
son.
by nature.
Not his son, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But I mean, so you and Gabe going up to him with your marriage talk is antithetical to everything that he stands for. So of course, it's not going to be a hospitable environment to have that type of conversation. Anything
No,
you're
no.
going to
Like,
say, yeah.
That's contradictory.
yeah,
If you
yeah.
say his goal,
That
if you
makes
say
sense
his
to you, though.
goal, hold on. If you say his goal is to have black men and black women come back together, and you have two men who are married, wouldn't you think that he could learn from those men who are happily married, who could
Yeah.
actually
No,
give him
because
hold on,
no.
let me finish. I didn't finish. Who could give him some insight into
Uh,
what makes marriages successful, being the fact that he's never been in one?
all right, 2 points. Truth is married to a white woman,
Has
and
nothing to do with it.
yeah, it has a lot to do with it because he wants black women with black women. So Truth is with a
No.
black is with a white
Gabe,
woman who has a
Whoa.
completely different
Gabe is not.
Let,
culture.
let
Gabe is
Truth
not.
speak for that.
I know, and I know Gabe is not with a black woman. He's an outlier. His situation,
What?
if you really know
Why?
Gabe's, if you know Gabe's
Why?
marriage situation, it's
Why is it an
not something
outlier?
that
Okay, okay.
My
Why is
wife
it an
was black.
outlier?
Am I an outlier too?
yes.
Oh my God.
Who's
Oh
not an
my
Okay,
outlier?
God.
and
What's
here
not an outlier?
Okay.
here is why it's an outlier. Gabe's a successful dude, and so is his wife.
What's wrong with that? That's not an outlier. That should be
All
normal.
right, so let me go. So
Uh,
here's the problem.
This is
BGS
wild, Rado.
BGS has an audience of losers. All right, so they're only
Okay,
going to
thank
track
you.
loser black women, like the majority of people in this chat. Loser black men give them loser black women. Loser black men and loser black women don't marry. They just have they have a litter of chaps and get on welfare. So
Chaps.
having that marriage conversation with that, even if that's why Gabe's situation is an outlier.
To
That married
him.
black
To,
no for
to
the
him.
majority of no for the majority of black culture. If you're a black man that wants to be with a
Okay.
black
Well,
woman, you're not getting
okay.
married. Could you not agree with that? Do you
I
understand where I'm coming from?
yeah. No, no. I understand that statement. Is just that. Okay. So let me make sure that I'm getting it right. Given that, regardless of race, truth as I know it, and gay has good outcomes. That's antithetical to BGS's argument because he's trying to fix dudes up with women that are not going to get him good outcomes.
Yes, exactly.
Wow, what the fuck? All right, man,
How
you got it.
how has this not occurred to you though?
No, no, no.
Like
It
we've been saying
is,
this
but
though,
at the
sir.
end of
No,
the
it doesn't
day,
work.
like
it's really a 1+1.
Well, but
Damn.
let me hold on.
So,
But let
so
me
why
ask you
is he
this.
even here then?
Hold on. True. Hold on. True. Okay. Let's go with your argument and say that's his goal. Okay. As a pro-black male in his 60s, so he's been in the game for about 30 years, according to him, 30 plus years. Do pro-black men establish a culture into which black females would be the type of women you would want to marry in their own subset group?
No,
Then
because
the
black men
conversation
don't
is
see
over.
them
Then
because
that's it.
black men don't see themselves as leaders of their own community. Even
Oh,
BGS
I
has
agree
said
with you.
that.
Now we
Yeah,
in
even
agreement on that.
BGS.
okay, man. So let's hear us some of this stellar family building person here. Let's go back to this.
However, men have options.
Yep,
Because
it's gonna
Uh-oh.
be on you.
Kevin used to
Oh
run
no.
Kevin used to run an escort service for high value men.
I don't know. I
He
don't.
said so.
I think. Hmm.
They all do it. All wealthy guys trick. That's how come Kevin says
Snitching.
high value men have options.
Snitching.
Yep, it's gonna
Uh-oh.
be on you.
Because Kevin used to
Oh
run
no.
Kevin used to run an escort service for high value men.
I don't know. I
He
don't.
said so.
I think. Hmm.
Man, this is too much. This is too much.
I got a question for you, MOT. Actually, so finding your success in life and becoming a millionaire with a very successful business, does that make you any more eligible for a American black woman?
No, I mean, they could have been there the entire time. I could pick up black women right now. It's just that at the point in time while I was looking for a wife, these were the choices and the options. and I didn't go off playing this play the field shit because I don't want to play the field in this type of marketplace. It doesn't support me at all. But I
Exactly,
have to
because
have.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
My
Go ahead,
bad.
sir.
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say because your values revolve around marriage and having a stable structure, family structure, and all that
Yes,
type of
yeah,
stuff,
absolutely, yes.
which is again antithetical to type of community that BGS is trying to, I guess, conserve in a way. Because listen, if you're trying to
I
like
wouldn't use the word conserve. I would use the word preserve. He's a preservative
preserve,
of the actual this community. Like he's not trying to create
yeah,
anything better. He's definitely can't. He's not capable of creating anything worse because he's at the fucking bottom. So I would use the word preservative. It's kind of like a state park or some shit. He's trying to keep it like that.
Now, Smoker, I got a question for you because you said that his panelists and his followers and the guys in his chat box are all, I think, as you put it, you called them losers. They were loser black dudes. But when I talked to BGS the other day on Black Men Being Brutally Honest panel, he said that, was it 40% of his 46,000 subscribers were all engineers, just engineers alone, not to mention, in the medical field and in the, blue collar tradesmen. And so according to him, he says that his audience aren't losers. And then there's another 1,500? It was another 1,500 people work for the White House or in the federal government in a high capacity.
it's no way. There's no way
So
he can get that metric. I don't even know how he would like even.
It's a nice round figure, man.
How,
1,500.
yeah, like how would you even come to that? What poll did he take? Did he survey his entire audience? Even if he did it on, because I haven't seen this survey.
He told me
Well, he
he
don't
talked to
do
people in the
polls.
chat. He said he
He don't
asked
do
people in the
polls.
chat, and he goes by that.
Yeah, he don't do polls.
Okay, I mean, but that
People
doesn't
100
mean
already
like
proved that.
so
He just came
40%.
up
Like
Section Red,
he
thanks
has
for the
like
499 super
he
sticker.
has like 30,000 subscribers. How the fuck? Like all of them aren't gonna vote. So like of the ones that voted, maybe 40%. But
I
that's just
but there ain't
either
no reason
way.
to lie about that shit either, man. What's going on,
Be
Spencer Life and
that,
Hope? What's going on,
and
man?
let's say even if he's true, like if you spend your time focused on the like women that are gonna pretty much destroy your entire lineage if you reproduce with them, and we're focused on this celebrity gossip bullshit and like basically all the like the. I agree with MOT. He had good content back in the day, but what he puts out
He
now is
did
just sending her.
excellent content.
Yeah, yeah, and what he puts out now is just what Kiki's Palmer's doing with her fucking baby daddy, like that type of
Yeah.
shit. Is like, yeah, you're a loser no matter how much success you reach in life, but that type of content interests you in any fashion. I like so. Yeah, even engineers, if they are engineers, they're still fucking losers because your mind is focused on the wrong shit. Like there's a
No
mental and
shit.
emotional growth that you need to have as a man before you can even, it's more than just financial.
You
That's why
sounding like
people.
how we sounding over here.
Yeah, man. What the fuck?
Oh no, I'm all
Who the
for
hell
the.
is
I'm all.
this guy?
Yeah,
Who is this guy?
yeah.
Yeah,
Who is this
seriously,
guy?
man.
I'm just saying.
So my point is like, I don't know if the point of you guys are to try to reach people in his audience and pull them over,
Oh
but I don't
hell
think
no!
those are the
Like, dude,
people
like
No,
you,
you.
you, you,
no,
Yeah.
you can't reach those dudes with
no,
a goddamn crane. No, man, they down there, bro.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
no.
they're in the sucking. They in the sucking place of that black bitch. So it's like it's nothing
Oh
you
yeah.
can really do for them. Yeah, like it's
Hold
over
on, in the
for
You
them.
know,
what place? In the
So
what place?
No.
the black bitch sunken place. Yeah, on the movie
Okay,
Get
yeah,
Out.
yeah, okay.
Just
Well,
replace the
what's
white
going on,
bitch with the
spiritual life?
black
Wait,
bitch.
wait.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
going on, man?
I
What's
guess
going on?
Okay.
man.
Hold on, hold on.
I can help. I can
Let
help
me
with
get
this.
this in. Hold before you go. Let me
Okay.
get this in right quick. Okay, so there was something that was established here in 1.0
Yes.
that became disconnected from the framework in which was initially established. 3.0 came specifically to rewrite that shit, specifically by certain types of men who were actually involved and participated in 1.0. Now, based on the history of the Colosseum, you had men like Mike V, who came up with certain types of strategies to make what became known as the Coliseum operate in a functional capacity where the exchange of ideas could be facilitated. He was able to do that. Him and Complex were able to get that across in the Coliseum. However, there was a lot of black males in that particular space that did not like that particular aspect of the Coliseum. So what ended up happening was they got up out of there. And then 3.0 came to fruition. So 3.0 is basically a continuation of the trajectory and the initial setup and foundation of 1.0. The problem is that you have somebody of this particular character who tries to make it seem as if 1.0 didn't exist. Because I've said this before and I'll keep saying it again. The reason why BGS tries to make it seem like 1.0 didn't exist is because he doesn't want the brain trust to be acknowledged. In order to invalidate the brain trust, you have to invalidate 1.0 as well. So that's why he does the things he does in our direction. We're just battling ideas. This is not personal. We don't know him personally and we don't care to. But when you make something public, when you have a channel and you put out ideas in the public realm, it's open for debate. And that's all it is. The problem is that when he loses debates, he gets into temper tantrum mode, or I'm an old man and I'm getting tired of this shit.
And that's been going on since the days of the Coliseum.
Yeah.
In BGS's defense, if I know I have a very clear mission statement and goal for the men in my audience, and these guys just keep coming over here and trying to add their 2 cents as antithetical to what I'm trying to do, then I will be frustrated. Like what you guys want
that's not exactly
what you guys want is not the same thing that BGS wants.
Correct.
But wait a minute. You got this dude TJ here in the chat basically saying, where can I find all the 1.0 content before the fuckery? See, he's trying to see what time it is. TJ, if you're sub to Mule Amaru, T the Godly, he's been playing a lot of Soul and Black. So Soul and Black was one of the 1.0 OGs of OGs. Okay, he's been playing a lot of his stuff. Now the stuff that he's playing from him, Soul and Black is playing content from dudes like Kobe, NBA West, Pink Elephant, and all them dudes. So if you want to hear it, you got to go to his channel, go check out some of the live streams he did from the past week, where Soul and Black is playing that stuff so you can hear it. Because those dudes sound a lot like us.
Exactly like that.
And vice versa. Go ahead, you guys. I just wanted to clarify that for him.
Yeah, let me jump in here real quick. So I listen to everybody. So basically, everybody started in this open discussion where everybody was trying to come together for a common goal. That's how I came into the space. That's how a lot of people came into space. So everybody was together, and people will put up topics on their channels up for public discussion. And so in the public discussion, when somebody has an alternative view, that especially, if logic and outcome doesn't predict the veracity of a view or statement, then what does? How much you scream, how much you yell, how much you over talk somebody. And then what happens is that people started to question what was being told just in the public discourse. Everybody said, somebody said something else. But what was said, we say something logical, irrefutable, instead of telling us what we said wrong, we get misrepresentations, deflection, straw man, ad hominems, screaming, emotionalism, crying, alternate videos, bring your name up, all this nonsense. So everything that's happening now is a response to people's lack of an actual rebuttal to what was being said. Because when you say something logical now, like promoting helplessness and victimhood, there should be no men on earth promoting that. Not no men on earth. But then you tell, well, it's popular, well, it's entertaining, where it gets views. And shout out to you, MOT. You said cat videos and twerk videos get views. So it's all about what's popular, because some of the dumbest stuff on the planet is popular, but it doesn't represent masculinity. It doesn't represent manhood. So and KS revealed the true intentions of a lot of people, and it's not about progress. It's about doing whatever and saying whatever for fame. So here's the issue: won't people just say that? Won't you just say you're not about male progress? You don't really care about people. You're just about doing getting what you can get for your own benefit, and then we could put you in the cat video, twerk video status. Nobody would talk to you. But when you come on
Mm.
public panels and you present an argument that's foolish, and then you misrepresent the opposing argument, and you don't want to, like, how many times, MOT, have you offered people to come up and challenge anything you said? People won't show
All
up.
the time. All the time.
They won't show up. And it's like a lot of, like I said, we all started in this public discourse. I've had conversations with BGS before. So I don't really care because, like I said, I don't really, it's not personal because I'm not going to any of these people's funerals. I'm not, it's not personal, but this is a public discussion. Men, this is a marketplace of ideas. Everybody comes up off, they say, hey, I'm gonna open the panel. When they say open the panel, they're not just saying just for people who agree with me. They're saying anybody who has their views, come up. Many times, many of us have went up there, and instead of actually dealing with what we said, we get a bunch of lies, misrepresentations, deflections, screaming, crying, straw man, just ridiculous. That's galvanizing the emotional, broken people in the audience. That's what it's about. It's not about actually reasoning through ideas. It's about getting an emotional reaction from broken audience to get viewership. And so they got on the chitlin circuit, the entertainment thing, and that's what it's like. And then they keep flip flopping. Is it
That sound
entertainment or are you about progress? Because these things overlap. People's streams overlap. That's just inevitable. You're on a public domain. People are going to overlap. Somebody, third party, is going to open up a stream. People are going to get on there, and we're going to interact with each other, even when we decide not to interact, because they still come up on platforms where we're talking about black male progress. And so, if like my name gets brung up, I don't bring up my views from my personal channel in no secular worldview conversation. I just don't do it. You won't ever hear me talking about the Bible, but a lot of people bring it up. I don't bring it up when I'm talking to people of a certain worldview. I deal with the worldview I'm talking in. That's why we have logic. We have a lot of basic stuff that you don't have to be of any, that all people, all men from everywhere can agree with. But the foundational principles that make men men, masculinity, logic, outcomes, productivity, these are being removed and being replaced for just mindless entertainment. And they still want to come up on these educational platforms talking about, well, here's a solution. And it's just a bunch of nonsense. So that's all I got to say.
wait. So BGS goes over to the Black Brain Trust and derails any conversation that's being had over there.
No, I said
I think you're missing the point.
yeah, they overlap. Things overlap. See, it's not just the Black Brain Trust. Many of us, this is a big space. What, before it divided into fractions, and people used to join on third-party platforms and have a discussion, but then people would misrepresent and misappropriate what you said on someone else's platform, defaming your character, assassinating your character, and then expect for you to just let that crap slide. And it's representing who you are, your digital image online. People are not going to do that. If somebody says something about you on somebody else's panel and they got around talking about something that doesn't represent you, and it's actually becoming more visible, especially when you engage on panels promoting certain ideas, you can want to get on a public explanation and say, no, this is where I stand. And that's all we're doing, saying where we stand. But then, man, we didn't start the ad hominems. We didn't start the over talking. We didn't start the screaming and yelling. That's a rebuttal to people just getting frustrated.
So I do completely understand the response to slanderous attacks if they're directed. You know what I mean?
And they are
I totally
directed.
get that.
They are
Yeah.
directed.
But the part where I kind of veer off from you guys' stance is that it seems like you don't like the nature of his content either. When again, his content is specifically tailored,
Used to be.
tailored to its type of. Well, no, like his content is tailored to a specific type of dude now.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It it's all over the place. You can't get one view from it. It's like 1 minute. See, this is the problem. It's confusion. It's double-minded. Just like, and I'm not even talking about him. It's a lot of people. Once Kevin Samuels realized that you can do the dumbest thing and go viral, people just say whatever now. And then they still want to join public discourses and talking about this is what it's going to get black men to progress in life. And it's just a lie. And there are younger people. Here's sometimes men over 40 specifically, we advocate for younger men to avoid a lot of things that we had to go through. So when
All of it.
something's being promoted that's going to
Well,
destroy a lot of, hold on, look, man, if you maybe you this is just the truth. When something's being promoted that's going to destroy a lot of younger people, and this space was created to help young men, then it becomes your responsibility, man. It's like if you're a father and you have children and you let somebody else talk to your children, you're going to say, no, this is what it is.
yeah, I mean, I got you, but that's like, okay, so BGS is free to have the views and to push the type of content he wants to push. Again, I don't see how that affects any message you
As
guys
long
want
as
to
it
push
don't,
over
as
here.
long as it
And
doesn't affect us individually. See, you don't understand. A lot of the his con. Let me just be. I can make it more clear for you. A lot of people in this camp, because I don't have no problems with him, but a lot of people in this camp have problems with me, and I don't talk about them. And I'm realizing that whatever he's producing over there is creating these drones to come out and just be irrational and emotional. When it's like, because I don't mind people having a discussion and asking, like you coming up here asking questions. Ain't nobody ever had a problem with that. But you got people
Why
trolling.
were we brought up? Why were we brought up in his
Yeah, they
videos
are.
this morning? Why? If do you have that question? I don't know who that is who just asked that or said that, right? But why were we brought up in a video about red pill, blue pill marriage, and what the hell did we have to do with that? Just answer me that one.
Hey,
so, okay,
before
so,
you answer,
so,
Smargo, I'm gonna get
Okay.
out of here. I just want to say,
All right,
show my
cool.
respects and say goodbye. I'm out of here, guys. I'll be listening from the clouds.
All right, cool, man.
All right, peace.
Thanks for coming to Truth.
all right. So that video, was that before, like, was that an upload and he just mentioned you in the upload, or was it like a live stream where Gabe and Truth got on the panel?
No, it's an upload that I was reviewing for the actual channel.
Oh, and he mentioned the Black Brain Trust in an upload.
No, he 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 mentioned situations that was going on that is actually referencing us without using our name.
But he did. But we were brought up within all of that, and so I had to talk to this guy Andre about this. I had to talk to this dude Grinch about this. Now I guess I got to talk to you about this. Um, I mean, what relevance does the Black Brain Trust have to conversations about, say, like red pill and blue pill, and silly little pill philosophies, and marriage and stuff like? What do we have to do with that, and why were we brought up, in your opinion?
If I understand the history, didn't the Black Brain Trust branch off from the Coliseum,
We didn't
which was a
branch off. No, no,
BGS ran platform?
no. Actually, no.
Okay, okay.
No, but that's not kind of what I'm asking you. I'm saying what would a platform like ours have to do with that?
Well, I would have to ask. Okay, nothing. But I don't. I would have to ask the question how.
Okay, cool. Okay, when
So
you say
if your
nothing, awesome.
listen,
Okay.
yeah, listen. But if your content has nothing to do with his content, how did you guys interact in the first place? There's a history there, right?
What
And
delusions of
somewhere,
grandeur? Delusions of grandeur. When people come together collectively, and then one person says, "I created something," that's going to be a catalyst for debate and confusion. And it seems like a bunch of gatekeeping happened, where people wanted to gatekeep and claim
Yeah.
claim a lot of things, and just a lot of stuff that represents the whole started coming from a specific individual, and people had to represent themselves and say, "No, this is what happened." And so it's like delusions of grandeur. You saying, "I created everything. Everything is my doing," and people are like, "That's not how it went." So there's going to be a rebuttal in a space where multiple individuals came together collectively. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah, and I mean, Tommy Sotomayor would say he created this space. I mean, people can say whatever
No,
the
I mean,
fuck they want to.
well,
Yeah, like,
yeah, but you want to say people can say whatever the fuck they want to say, and then you want to turn around and say that as long as it's about you, you shouldn't respond to it. So you've got to choose one.
okay, so
Yeah, I mean, like
I,
Thomas Sotomayor doesn't bring our name up or throw our name into anything. That's the difference between Tommy and him.
I get that. So
Okay.
both can't be true. So you can't have it to where they're so he's not saying anything about you. Why? Let's run this back. Okay.
Okay.
So
Well,
you're
I got a question.
saying, yeah, okay.
I got one question. How
Yeah.
many times have you jumped up on BGS's actual platform to ask them the additive inverse of what you're asking us right now?
I don't ask BJS anything because his content doesn't appeal to me. Like what his message now has nothing to do with what I have to do with my personal life moving forward. I'm more like I listen to Black Brain Trust videos. I listen to your videos. I listen to content over here because it's progressing Black men. But I think things like this where you're responding to like the drivel that comes from over there, it's just it kind of regresses things and stagnates things a bit. That's the point I'm making. This, and that goes back to my original question as to why what they say over there when their goals have nothing to do with your goals, your content has
Okay.
nothing to do with their content. Is it?
Okay,
Would you
but you
still
want to
even? Would,
question us for speaking out
I
against that guy, but when you never jump up on that guy's panel at all. I mean, this seemed to be a wash at this point. Because
okay.
you want to ask
So
us
because
why
I'm
we're
not.
responding, but you never go over there and ask those guys
Oh,
about
you're
why they're
free.
starting
You're
shit in the
free.
first
You're
place.
free. You're free to respond, but that's kind of like
No, 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 no. You're free to jump up on this panel, but you don't. That's the point. You're questioning us about our intentions. You don't question him about his intentions,
but then it becomes
right?
yeah, but then it becomes a point of stagnation for both of you.
No, it
Well,
doesn't.
it's just being
It
consistent.
does.
Like
It's
this is
just
a
being consistent. Like he's saying,
this is a progressive male channel. This has nothing to do. Like I don't talk
So
about women at
replying to
all.
I get that, but replying to fuckery makes your channel about fuckery.
No, it doesn't.
no,
It
it's
doesn't.
It
it's
does.
it's, it's when you're being misrepresented. We're being misrepresented.
Yes.
I guess this
Yeah,
has more.
misrepresentation.
This has more to do when you actually have a platform and a channel. I don't know if you do, but when you have a platform and a channel and you're promoting a message and you're within a larger aggregation of men who started off doing something, and then someone who was part of that started branching off, saying all kinds of things and speaking on what your specific part of the space represents. That's a problem. Like that, they call this liable and fraud in the real world. There's legal implications to what's being done on YouTube. We're just trying to do this in a civilic kind of way. You can't just go off and say anything you want. People are so scared of censorship. They're so scared of all this other stuff. But when it comes to lying on people, misrepresenting and misappropriating terms, they seem to just go off the branch. So all MOT is saying, look, oh, your criticism, okay, that's your view. So let's say it's valid. You have to be consistent and do the same on both sides. You
Yeah, well,
can't.
you have to now, as soon as the actual link is dropped for BGS, you have to go up to him and ask him about his history. And don't tell me that you're not going to, because you have to at this point.
Because you say you don't
Because you
see a
want to know what the
problem,
whole story is. Yeah.
right?
Well, I wanted to say this because I think it's important, and I'm glad he asked this question because um, when I first started dropping content on the Brain Trust, I had been in some of these spaces and um, the type of content, I mean, the type of contribution that I would make would be a lot of stuff that dealt with business and things on a psychological level as it related to men and women. Because in my own research, I just started, locating certain information that I thought I could bring, that could be brought to bear to try to kind of um, elevate the discourse and at the same time offer some solutions to Black men and women alike. Um, because like we're no different than any other group of people. Like we're capable of having traumas and mental health issues just like anybody else. And so um, when I started dropping content at the Brain Trust, because I had certain interactions with certain people um, that tend to be, more in BGS's camp now, I had a good rapport with some of these people. So for me, um, me personally, I was trying to figure out why has it been so difficult for Black men to work together. because for all my life, well, a good portion of my life, most of my life, especially most of my adult life, um, there's been this narrative that, black people, you can't work with black people. And so when I started finding information that showed that we actually not only used to work together, but we did very well actually working together, a light bulb went off in my brain, because I'm like, okay, so first of all, we're operating off a false narrative, because for so many years, that's what we've been taught. Many of us have heard people in our own family say stuff like this. I didn't necessarily hear it in my family, but I've known the black people saying these types of things in other families and being around certain types of people. So um, I wanted to just redirect that narrative, specifically because I wanted to see why we have had such a hard time working together. So when I was able to find the answer, um, what I wanted to do was do content that focus on that particular point, to try to bring us more closer to realize, like, this is something that we've been dealing with for the past 100 plus years, that really needs to be actually effectively dealt with. Um, and so that to me was where I felt like my contribution in this space could be best served, because at a certain point, you do get tired of the volley back and forth over the net. You get tired of the food fight. And at a certain point, if we're men, we're supposed to bring the solutions to the table. So that's what I decided to do, in contribution to what the Brain Trust represented, in line with the mission. So that in order to be a good leader, you got to be a good follower. So that's what I was on. And so to have people try to twist your words up, and because they cool with this particular person, they just gonna start beef with you, even though you was cool with them and you never had any issues with them, and then all of a sudden they taking it personal because they on some digital high school shit. I ain't come here for that. Like, I ain't never been an immature, silly ass dude. I always been mature. I ain't never had immature motherfuckers hanging around me on some silly type shit, because I don't get down like that. So for me, to me, it was more about trying to bridge the divide, and for people to say, "Well, y'all are detractors, man. Y'all against the space." Well, look at the track record, man, of the men that's on this panel as it relates to this particular space. Have we stolen anything from men in this space? No. Have we manipulated any men out of their money? No. Have we given men all types of information that can help them grow as men, whether it's through college education, trade, military, business, psychological? Have we offered that to black men, from our vantage point? Yes. Have we charged anybody for any of this shit? No. MOT used to do all types of shows dealing with trucking for free. For free. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a nigga that messed up his channel, if I'm not mistaken. So, which obviously would keep black men who are interested in that type of content from getting that much needed information. So at the end of the day, when people try to point the finger at the Brain Trust, they don't realize how stupid they make themselves look, because when they look at the content is going to speak for itself. As you peruse through the content, 6 years worth of content, 6 year anniversary yesterday, what you're going to find is very serious minded men who are about black men elevating their stature. Because one thing that we know on this side is that, in terms of the history of this country, black men have made a shitload of contributions to the betterment and the building of this country, the influence in this country. So we are more in line with that aspect of black masculine development, because we want to continue that legacy. That's what we want to do. That's what we are here to offer. And anybody, even if they're black males, if anybody that's contrarian to that particular perspective, then yes, we're going to push back against it, because we don't believe that the other stuff is helpful to black men. That's why we're going to push back against it. It's not personal. It
And
just means that our vantage point has shown us, because we actually will read, we actually will do the research ourselves. We actually know, not just believe, but we know what black men are truly capable of when we're not being fucking stupid, when we're not being distracted by goofy ass shit. And so when people have been spending billions of dollars to dumb you down, then what they're really saying is, when you're not dumbed down, you a motherfucking force to contend with. We want to be the force. That's what we want to be. We want
let
to be
me
the force that we've always been, until hating ass motherfuckers in academia tried to undermine the true black leaders in black America that came from the black capitalist, black nationalist class of people like Booker T. Washington and other people who actually were focused on setting up institutions for the betterment of black people, so black people could have a foothold in this country and not be seeking a handout every time we turn around.
if I could jump in real quick. Imagine this all started in one path. It was about men progressing through a myriad of ways. And then the entertainment piece came along and diverted what was one path into two paths. And that one path, what people call the manosphere. Now, when it's split into two paths, now both paths are trying to claim what is the manosphere. And it's so now it's like you got one half saying this is what the manosphere is about, and you got another half saying this is what the manosphere is about. Everybody in both, and the ones who maintain the original path are maintaining the integrity of what the goal always was. That's all it is maintaining that integrity, because I mean, that's essentially what happened. It's like you got people saying, "Well, the manosphere never was about this and that and the other," and clearly it was, because that's what brought
Yeah.
everybody here about. And you got people representing the whole saying, "No, it's all these other things that were added in once people find out that you can get popular for being stupid." You know?
Yes.
Next.
All
And the
right.
main people who are asking these type of questions are the main people who are actually doing the type of antithetical content according to the manuscript. And it's like, once they talk, they try to change the conversation from substance to views, and they use those things interchangeably whenever they want to make some BS point. And it's like, dude, listen, man, I know what we're doing isn't supposed to be view based, but I don't have a self esteem issue where I have to come destroy an actual place that means something, or else that deliberately I have to keep misrepresenting or keep
Mm-hmm.
acting like I don't understand it, and you only want to question one side. Like, you don't
Right.
question BGS and this bullshit. You just want to question us for questioning him. And it's like, man, what kind of bullshit is this? Come
Right.
on, man.
Right.
All right. So I'm gonna make this next statement based off all your points of views on. Look, I'm hearing a lot of was and what the space used to be and this and what the ideas that used to be. I'm hearing a lot of glorification of the past, and
I don't
I'm
think you're
be
listening
honest,
to our
I am.
statement. We,
I'm
we haven't
listening.
changed
Yes,
what. Okay, here's the
I
thing.
get that.
We haven't changed what we've done. The
I
questions that you
know.
have of legitimacy need to go to the people who did change, branch off, and do that. So I don't think
Oh,
anything that you're saying needs to even come to us because we haven't
when
changed
you,
anything.
but I'm over here, and what you're saying is they branched off with a different set of ideas. What is that? So what does their set of ideas have to do with going on over here? That
Their set of
again goes back
ideas
to my
had
original point.
everything to do.
They're
Their set
representing
of ideas had everything to do with the advent of the super chat and the ability to
Yeah,
they're,
became entertainment.
they're representing the whole space as an entertainment sector now, and still kind of quasi like saying, "Oh well, here's some kind of intellectualism," but it's like you're blending the foolishness with something that they abandon, you know. And
This is the reason why we did the deep dive on the history of where this shit comes from. For this specific reason of the question that you're asking, we have had for the past 100 years, specifically Marxian styled academics, black academia, who undermine on purpose. This is not an accident. who undermined the actual men who were building up black society post-slavery and post-reconstruction. All right. So what they have taken a page out of is something that has been done for the past 100 years. They have tried to marginalize the builders of Black America, the ones who have the building mentality, by making Black America be considered an entertainment-based group. Because every time we turn around, when we see things in the media as it relates to Black people and any type of contribution, it's typically entertainment-based. When did First Take ever feature Robert F. Smith on there? They had Nelly on there. They had Lil Wayne on there. And I'm not knocking them and what their success is and money they made, but I'm saying, why does every time it comes to a Black person contributing to American society, it's always from an entertainment-based perspective, not a cerebral perspective?
And it's the same compromise of every movement. Just think about this.
Like, we're tired of that shit. Like, we're tired of Black men specifically. We're tired of Black men being viewed as a fucking monkey in a fucking circus to be fucking enjoyed while you're eating your goddamn peanuts. We got too many men in our fucking past who went out and took shots for us. They took shots. They had to be around white folks, hearing white folks talk about black people in very disparaging ways, not to just get some shit for themselves, but to make sure they could bring some shit back to Black people. They didn't take that shit, man, to have Black people, man, think that being monkeys and fools online, making your failures of your group entertainment based. There's nothing entertaining about Black failure, man. What is so entertaining about low marriage rates, high out of wedlock birth rates, Black people every time we saw on the news, Black people they shut down the food stamp cards, and then we see Black people on TV wondering where their food is gonna come from. At a certain point, man, like we got to get tired of this shit. Hey, and that's where we're at with it. Like we're tired of that type of mentality, man.
I can answer your point more
specifically. Rael too.
Yeah. Okay, let me answer your point more specifically. Okay, so you're saying, let me see if I can get you right. Why can't they just talk the way they talk, right? Why can't they just say what they want to say, speak in their own space? And here's the deal. Just like people report on what's happening in the world. If I say among the brothers here that complaining about women, dysfunctional women, and not focusing on what you're doing and how you play into dysfunction is not good. Right. And we just say that among each other. We didn't bring up nobody's names. And then the other side that we didn't bring up, we're like, why are they talking about us? Right. Well, if the shoe fits.
Right.
A lot of times we're just objectively pointing out what's happening in reality. We're saying, hey, it's a whole bunch of dudes complaining about dysfunctional women that they shouldn't want, that they say they don't want, and that they have accountability to avoid within how they carry themselves. That doesn't help you in real life if you don't see how you need to control yourself. And we say this among each other, among like-minded individuals. The opposing groups like, why are they talking about us? Because we didn't bring up the name, but we called out the bad ideas. And calling out bad ideas is what the problem is. And it's like they can't handle people just having opposing ideas. And they project it to, this is a personal attack. No, it's a bad idea that doesn't work. And we have the right to talk about it, just like you have the right to talk about your nonsense. And so it's like we're just examining objective reality, because a lot of what's happening in the mindset online is spilling over into reality in the real world. This dude's actually just, creating a whole culture of stupidity that's being galvanized to create all kinds of ridiculous things in the real world that happens online, because people are not seeking no structure from competent elders or family or fathers or whatever. It's not there. So younger people are literally hearing this online, and we just have to watch the crash out. And we're just like, it's like, are these dudes really ignoring the obvious bad results of what they're living? and we're just looking at the crash out. Like if somebody made a video and be like, look at another dude exposed himself and he crashed out. And just because we want to talk about it objectively, we're taking shots. We can talk about whatever we want, just like they can, but they can't handle us criticizing something in our own worldview.
Next.
All right. Is that so?
No, I mean, like
So
what it is it's kind of like they have the freedom to talk about what they want to and never be questioned. We don't have the freedom to respond to what they're actually doing and actually be questioned. So it's like, so what's going on here? If you're not going to go over there and ask them the same questions, I don't see why we have to be quiet when they have
okay,
the
so
freedom
I
to be quiet.
have actually asked that side that question before, and Rael blocked me in Roger Report's chat. Okay, I asked him why you guys keep focusing on these stupid ass dysfunctional women and having the same conversations back. Now, are you going to deny, Rael, that you were on Roger Report's channel back in the day?
I never denied that, and I never said I didn't block you. What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah. And then one day I asked, why are you guys just keep having these circular conversations about dysfunctional women that serve you no good and no purpose? I got blocked. Obviously, it's in that. And then from that day moving forward, I understood. Yes, they want to have these conversations over here, and it has nothing to do with what I want to do with my life and moving forward from here. Got it. So now everything's moving forward. Now, Rael, I understand your frustration with black men and their fixation on entertainment and all that stuff. But what I would say to that is that it's up to the intellectual black men to make a platform where intellectual black men are highlighted.
This
I
is
consider
the platform. We're not leaving. What are you talking about?
No,
This is the
exactly. And I was
platform. Yeah,
and I was
okay.
just gonna say that this is a good platform. The Black Brain Trust is a good platform for that. You want to do some more mainstream? I think Roland Martin runs a good platform for that. So there are platforms for that, and it is, and again, that's an audience problem. If the audience wants to focus on dysfunction and entertainment, you can't really fight that.
Well, let me
The
ask you a
majority,
question.
the
Well,
majority of them.
hold on.
Let me ask you a question.
I
That's
mean,
where
but
I
we're
have a
not trying
problem.
to get the audience
Hold on.
over here, though. Do you
Let
know?
me ask you
You
a question.
understand it, right?
Is it all right?
Go ahead.
Is it wrong to just call out something stupid? Because here's the thing: a lot of us looked up to people who called out something stupid, and it woke us up from stupidity. And so it's never wrong to call out something stupid. That's not wrong. That's how actually that's what is a catalyst for a lot of men to change their thinking. Is that somebody called out something stupid? And if men who are mature minded and have the right principles stop saying, you know what, let's stop calling out the stupid stuff. What is society? What is society? If we just say the ones who know better are just going to stop calling out the dumb stuff. That's prerequisite of coming into mature masculinity is that you become a standard of principles and values. And you do that by calling out those things that are stupid and wrong. That happens everywhere in all cultures that actually survive.
Right. And to further answer your question, when I started going to the Roger report, that was before people like BGS would show up. I went to his particular channel specifically because um, I wanted to have certain conversations that I couldn't have in those spaces where people like BGS would be, because you would have his sycophants that would just dick ride all the time, and you really couldn't actually have the conversation because anytime there was pushback against him, they would circle like sharks and try to defend him. So um, when I used to be in that particular space myself, if you looked at some of the stuff that I actually dropped over there, it was trying to get the conversation to turn a different corner. That's what I was trying to do. And unfortunately, he allowed people like BGS to come to his channel and infect it. So from that perspective, that's why I began to just bow out of that particular conversation. So I never was against a particular type of conversation. But once information is dropped that helps you turn the corner and you refuse to turn the corner, ain't nothing else I can really do at that particular point. So, but make no mistake about it. When the brain trust first formed, I was one of his biggest supporters. I was one of the people in multiple chats that was constantly singing the praises of the Black Brain Trust. And I didn't understand why there were certain people that was hating. I didn't know it was so much ill will towards the brain trust from people like BGS. I didn't know that at that particular time. So now I know. Now I know because I'm more in the know now, and because I'm not just some like, oh, I'm gonna beef with people because y'all don't like them. I ain't that. They could tell you straight up. I'm not that type of person. Because I've been in these other spaces, I tried to bridge the gap. That's what I tried to do. I tried to bridge the gap because at the end of the day, it would be very nice for us to be able to work together because we could really get some shit accomplished. And when I'm talking to other men in this space, especially businessmen who see the potential, I don't think y'all really understand how black businessmen specifically, who y'all might not really know anything about, don't talk to them like we do offline, how they come, who haven't been in these spaces long as we have, come to people like us and talk about how frustrated and disappointed they are at black men because they don't even recognize what good they have in this space, and how they want to use some of the stuff that they're doing business wise to help black men get money and get power, and how they just cannot get how it's so difficult, how they even deal with people from other groups that recognize how difficult it is to try to push certain things to black people just because of the mindset. See, it ain't just us that's saying this shit. There are other groups of people that recognize that when it comes to black businessmen who try to push certain things to black people that's good for them in terms of products and services, because that's what we should be doing as black men. We should be providing goods and services for each other, like the business class post-slavery and Reconstruction was trying to do. That's what we should be doing. That's a norm. That's what all other groups of men do. They provide goods and services for their group because that's how they build their community from the inside out. And when these men come to us, frustrated, guess who is pepping them up and saying, yo, keep moving, keep pumping, keep pressing forward? It's us. When they ready to quit, see, y'all don't know those type of conversations happen behind the scene. They disappointed. They disappointed seeing how much black men are willing to squander on some bullshit and some ego. I have no problem swallowing my pride and swallowing some ego, because you think I haven't tangled with MOT before? You think I haven't tangled with Mike V? You think I ain't tangled with Complex? I have. You think I ain't tangled with Nagone 11? I have. But I know these men are on a certain accord that is beneficial to the shit that I'm on. And I'm on a certain accord that's beneficial to the accord that they're on as well. So I swallow my pride, which I don't have a problem. If I see men making some shit happen, black men, I'm gonna roll with them. I didn't have no problem with that. And I had no problem getting up under Mike V, Complex, MOT, Nagone to get some shit done, because that's what brotherhood does. It ain't about your ego. Because I can't just talk it, I gotta live it. So I didn't just talk it, I lived it. That's one of the main reasons why I joined the Brain Trust. Because I clashed with these dudes before. Not on what they were talking about, but just certain things we just disagreed on. Dollar Will too. Clashed with him too. But guess what? Dollar Will is one of my favorite brothers in this space. That's why I call him the money man. Because that brother knows his shit when it comes to trading. So that's what we're talking about. We're not sitting here saying, oh, we just been all hunky-dory and we just all got along over here. No, we clash too. But we set our differences to the side to make some shit happen for the greater good. So when we're saying what we're saying, if we can do it, then they can do it too. And if they refuse to do it, then they're just not as advanced mentally as we are. And that's just the truth.
Now, Rael, and I'm not. Everything you're saying is great, and well, my next question, I'm not questioning your what action you've taken, but I am going to ask this question. I'm not trying to put a qualifier on anything you say or what you've actually done in real life, but I am going to say this. So, your mission to allocate a space for black men to share ideas and collaborate business wise and network? Is that strictly as you would say, manosphere internet thing, or is that more of a, or would it spread to more of a boots on the ground, actually interacting with each other in real life type of thing? Because what I'm gonna say is, if you go to like, if you try to run an event, let's say in a metropolitan with a high black population, like say Atlanta, try to run one of those events where you're trying to be more entrepreneurial and business minded, and see who actually shows up. I promise you, it's not going to be a majority black men. Even like, so you got to understand that, like, the actual state of the people that you're trying to reach, first and foremost, right?
True.
You have to understand. I don't want to say what you want is a lost cause or a worthy cause, but I am going to say you have to understand what you're actually looking at, so that you don't frustrate yourself into.
I'm not frustrated. No, that
It,
ain't what it is at all.
but it does seem like it does
No,
seem a bit disgruntled that you just
no,
where
no.
black men are and what they're moving forward. It seems like it does bother you in a very strong way. You can't really worry about the collection of black men when a lot of them are seeped into that. And I'm gonna tie it back to I'm gonna tie it back to that camp. I'm gonna tie it back to the camp over there. A majority of black men are bitch focused and entertainment focused. And there's really very little you can do to fix that. Very little. Even in this space, as you can see how events have played out, and there was a branching off, as MOT says, or yeah. So like from there, it's just like you have to. I would say, would you all you brothers would say you're more progressive minded. You would say, right? You're about progress and moving forward, right? And that's why that's why I can't really get behind the latching on and glorification of the past when the future's bright. When you can focus on what you need to do and get done, and what goal you want to set for yourself. And I understand. And that wasn't a shot at you saying you were disgruntled or you were dissatisfied or anything like that. Wasn't a shot at you. I understand the frustration, and then if that's truly your goal, is rightful to feel that. It's very rightful to feel that way. But it's just some things you have to move on from, man. I have no other way to. I have no better way to put it. Like if you
Have
really
you went
want to
over
see
to BGS
progress,
channel and told him to move on from the gynocracy?
yes, I actually have. Now I know
And
what
how
you're
long
gonna
did you
say
last
next.
channel?
I know. Oh yeah, I was immediately dropped down. Like, listen, man, they don't want to move forward from these conversations about that black bitch, man. And like, I know what you're gonna say. Well, you brought the conversation over to me, so you need to litigate that shit with them and ask them.
But you have to
Understandable, but
understand about the
I have,
frustration
yeah,
and anger. I mean, the frustration doesn't stop us from moving forward.
Nope.
Like you can
yeah.
acknowledge something, on like kind of a way station and keep going. I mean, like the overall plight is fucked up and bad. However, hey, somebody got some background noise. Yeah, so it's kind of like it's frustrating and bad, but I still do shit, and it's like I do
Yeah,
shit
me too,
too
man.
much
Yeah, yeah.
on the ground in real life. Like I would never put on like a manosphere meetup. Like this is the manosphere meetup. Like there's no reason to like go out and go rent a building so that way niggas can come visit Minister Jap and motherfucking like bullshit. And it's like there's no reason to do that, especially when some of these people are not even on YouTube anymore. Yet this trust fund baby is out. You know what I'm saying? Putting this shit out, but he's not a trick. Oh, okay, all right. And they don't believe in tricking, but they will take money over some bullshit. And it's like, oh, okay, all right. So at the end of the day, we're just trying to keep the reputation of the space clean, and that's all it is. It's like, dude, I am not trying to point none of them dudes over here. Please understand. I know them motherfuckers are lost causes. But like I
That,
said,
Smirgo, let me ask you a question. Are
yeah,
you
yeah. Okay.
are you familiar with the nonprofit sector?
Of YouTube,
No, American
in life, real life.
society, nonprofits.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay. Your government is ran as a nonprofit. Your municipalities, your local governments, um, your
Oh
Fed,
shit!
your Fed is ran
Somebody
as a
might just super chat. Somebody
what happened?
oh, second. 4.99 or something 99. Hold on a second. No, go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay. So um
I'll be
in the
back real
non
quick. Let me switch devices.
okay. In the nonprofit world, there are billions of dollars that are donated to causes. Let's take cancer for an example. There has been billions of dollars donated to cancer research for decades. At this point, it would seem like a lost cause because they haven't come up with a cure yet. Has that stopped people from donating money to that cause, though? No, it hasn't, because
Uh,
they're hoping one day a cure will come and they can put that cure on the market. The same thing with any of these other causes. When money is donated to causes, let's say for literacy uh, campaigns or something to that effect, nobody goes into the situation thinking, when we allocate these dollars for this particular cause, every child that gets into this program is going to take advantage of this program and do well. Okay? They don't approach it like that. Because if they approached it like that, they will be so disheartened by not saving everybody that they don't appreciate the ones they do save. See, that's where I get my particular satisfaction from. It's from the few that say, "Hey man, y'all helped us out." That's all we can hope for. And the reason why I'm saying that specifically for myself is because I know the level of miseducation that has taken place amongst Black America. So there's so much self-esteem and confidence that has been stolen from Black people, specifically not knowing their full history in this particular country. Now, I ain't talking about ancient Egypt and all that shit. I'm talking about here, something tangible that we can touch. We don't even know about a lot of the great people that went before us that actually will help us have self-esteem and confidence in ourselves. And so a lot of the behavior that is attributed to Black people is based on this miseducation. So because that is the case, I will be kind of remiss, you know what I'm saying, to say, hey man, just go ahead and just write them off, when Reginald Lewis didn't do that. Reginald Lewis, when he wrote the book, or when his wife ended up putting out the book after he died, Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun? He was dealing with some of the same type of shit. And he didn't write Black men off either. He wrote the book as a manifesto to encourage and inspire Black men to be great in business and say, hey, don't let all these white guys have all the fun and all the money. Get in this game. And he pressed them. Now, somebody like myself, who didn't know anything about Reginald Lewis until my homie from college talked about the book, eventually got the book and read it. The book was very inspirational. And because I'm in business, it's one of those books that just, you keep in your back pocket, and you just like, hey man, he did it. When people didn't think he could do it, he did it. And that is the difference between the failures and the people who are successful. They are able to glean from somebody some type of information that gives them the courage to just keep pressing forward. Because in business, if you are in business, there's a lot of times when you can just give up, because it just might seem like, man, this shit is hopeless. I ain't gonna turn this corner. But when you see people who have had to deal with the same type of things you have to deal with in business, you know that you just have to just keep pressing forward. And that's what it's all about. So when these brothers come around and say, hey man, y'all help me out, we know that those brothers have probably faced some of the same things that we face and challenges. And so when they can hear words of encouragement on their journey that can help them keep moving forward, out of 100, if we get 5, that's a great number to me. Because at the end of the day, that's 5 bloodlines that have changed forever. So I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. What I'm not cool with is those people who try to block that type of information from reaching black men who want to have that kind of information. It ain't about the other side. It's about the side that I want to reach. And so it's for them. It's not for me. It ain't personal. They want to make it personal because they ain't doing shit with their lives. And that's okay. But that's their own iniquity that they're gonna have to hold within themselves. Ain't got shit to do with me. They can't project it on me because I'm gonna always be that motherfucker. So at the end of the day, it ain't gonna stop me from doing what I'm doing in my personal life. It ain't gonna stop me from doing what I'm doing on these platforms to specifically help black men, even though they say that we're not trying to help black men. But the record speaks for it. The record speaks for itself. The content speaks for itself. So they can lie. They can lie. But at the end of the day, results don't. It's that simple.
To your point
All
about
right.
reaching those few, the small few that you need to reach, I live by the moniker in my own personal life. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I know you've heard that probably a million times, but it's a lot of validity to it because if somebody isn't mentally ready to receive progressive information, they're not going to receive it. And
I agree.
and I do think you have the right mindset about it, about reaching those who need to be reached and want to be reached. Where it becomes frustrating is when you try to expand your message and then because it's probably not reaching the amount you feel like they should be reaching, it can be a bit decentering in a way, I guess. But you
What
can't really let.
but where have you seen me? I don't go into these people's spaces. I don't go into
Hey,
their spaces.
but let me read this
I mean
$5
that's what
super
I'm
chat
saying. Like
from Mahal.
I don't know where,
Okay, okay.
like, you haven't seen me. When have you seen me on? I've been on BGS's live stream as far as discussion maybe twice since I've been in this space. I've been in this space since 2015. So you know what I'm saying? Maybe people talking about me so much that you think I'm on these panels like that, and that just maybe just because I'm just that nigga like that. But I ain't on the panels like that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't on those panels. I ain't on
Okay.
his panels like that. I ain't on Art Idmore's panels. I ain't on Media's panels. I'm not on any of those panels like that. You know what I'm saying? Even when it comes to people like Kevin, Black Men Brutally Honest, I was on those panels sparingly too. The only person's panel that I frequented was Rogers. That's the only one. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. But other than that, I'm not on these other. I'm not trying to go into BGS's audience and convert them. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Oh
I
hell
I
no. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know where they're at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they if that's where they want to stay, that's fine. But that's not even who I'm focused on. I have always said this in this space that, and it's funny too because as Generation X, we could be the most selfish fucking generation if we wanted to be. We have every reason to be. We are and I said this the other day, talking behind the scenes. If this shit is going to get righted in any kind of fashion on a basic level to bring some kind of normalcy, it is going to be Generation X because we're the only ones that's capable of bridging the divide. The boomers can't do it, millennials can't do it, and Z can't do it. We have a proper perspective, a lot of us, because a lot of us still have a connection to the old world, which means the old world of thinking that worked. That's why you see us referencing people like our great grandfathers a lot. You hear MOT talk about his great grandfather all the time. Sounds just like my great grandfather. We're the ones that's capable of bridging the divide. Because at some point, if you are thinking like, man, You should be tired of the back and forth and the fighting between black men. You should be tired of it. Because at the end of the day, as much bullshit black females use, at the end of the day, they don't have a problem coding up on your black ass at all. Even with the wrong movement. Everything they could be trying to push could be absolutely wrong. They don't have no problem working together. If black men are supposed to be so much about thinking, if we have the right ideas and the right messaging, then this should be a cakewalk for black men. The fact that it's not, the fact that a space like the Black Brain Trust, I say this all the time. If you put the Black Brain Trust in a white community, in an Asian community, Hispanic community, over 1 million subs easily. I mean, easily.
Can I step in here right quick, fellas?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Peace. So I'm on the road. That's why you hear the background. Y'all excuse me, right? So I'm here. I don't know what the brother's name was, but I get what he's saying when he's talking about, the back and forth or not, because I've been around for a minute as well, right? And this one kind of like phrase keeps popping up, in the clouds, right? Now, we all know what that means. Who done been around since back in the day with the Google Hangouts, in the clouds. It's kind of like digitally based, right? So I think what he's talking about is that it's never really transitioned from digital barbershop in the clouds to something that transitioned to something like he said, boots on the ground, chapters. Wherever motherfuckers want to go and meet up at, it don't have to be a conference, but just a support system. You feel me? Because like MOT said before, well, I mentioned this to MOT before, and I asked him a question just like last year.
I think your mic cut out, man.
Yeah. I heard it cut out.
What about
Like he's
now?
not talking anymore.
Y'all can hear me?
They can hear you now.
Yeah, we can now.
So yeah, when they talk, manhood is a group sport. When they talk about nepotism, when they talk about rites of passage, when they talk about even racism or white domination, right? Males need males. Even when they talk about this, when they talked about the stoicism, it was still a centering of like-minded males working together.
Facts.
Right? But a whole bunch of us have been raised by females and shit. I'm a millennial, borderline millennial. You feel me? A lot of us raised by females and shit. A lot of us we got terms like 10 toes down. 10 toes down means you're alone. Okay? You can't operate in this world like that. But a lot of motherfuckers try to beat that in our heads. Hey man, 10 toes down, you need to take care of this bitch, take care of Keisha and her kids. You know what I'm saying? And that's the measure of your quote unquote manhood. I don't agree with that shit. I just don't think we practice quote unquote manhood like too many other groups do. And that's the issue right there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Let me get to this super chat by Specialized Hope. No one's trying to reach food, but exposing the foolishness of those to explain it. Yeah, I agree with that statement, but it's like most of the questions come to the questions who's questioning the question, not the original intent, and nobody knows how long this history is and how long this history has been around. And you have to understand the level of frustration because it's a historic thing where you have bullshit PhD artists attach themselves to broken people and push out bullshit narratives and specifically over-educate themselves to the point to where they don't even of use inside the community at all. And seeing the same stupid shit happen right now across the country with the space that is still for progress to me, like I don't go try to drag those people up or any of that. I think that's improper to try to take people from a specific place whether or not, and try to plug them into position. But what I'm
And this is
saying is, it's just that. Right.
hold on. This is what we're trying. This is the point that we're trying to get across. Like, for example, like I was having this conversation with Complex about Green Gorilla Man, and you know, shout out to him if he's listening. This ain't nothing beef oriented. You can tell that the brother reads. He ain't no dummy. Okay, he ain't no dummy. He can synthesize information. I mean, I've seen him go and pull up these books, man, and just really break it down and bring a level of kind of cerebral thought. I don't have to agree with his assessment on everything, but the manner in which he's able to pull that information out and synthesize it, it's great. It's a great thing. Now, this is not me talking as I'm his man, like we cool like that, because we've had a little, skirmishes here or whatever. But when he's let me be up on his panel, I've been respectful to him. I get my points out, and I'm up out of there. But the one thing that I don't fucking like about this fucking space, even when it comes to niggas like that they fuck with, that's they supposed to be their man. Y'all gonna take this brother's fucking PhD and y'all gonna reduce him to fucking short bus fucking Saturday? That's what y'all gonna use? Y'all gonna misuse this fucking work he put in, man. This is what y'all gonna reduce this man to. And he don't want to do that shit. He gotta come down to y'all dumb niggas level for this shit. No, man. It's time for y'all niggas to raise your fucking levels up, man. This ain't, we ain't saying you gotta fuck with the brain trust. But goddamn, if you fuck with Gigi, man, elevate your fucking thought process, man. Elevate your fucking consciousness, man. Stop letting him do the work for you and do some work your goddamn self. Read a fucking book, man.
I'm sick of it.
Like, I'm tired of that shit. And that's not even my man like that. And
The
I'm
pandering.
defending him like that. Why he gotta fucking pander to dumb niggas to get fucking attention, bro? Why he can't be an intelligent dude? He done already had to live that fucking life. He done already had to be out there and sell fucking dope.
And he done the time to do it.
Why he gotta come to the fucking black manosphere and sell digital dope? Why he gotta do that? When he can be utilized for more than that type of shit, man. We can set up a school and make him fucking chair a department or some shit. He gonna crack a whip on motherfuckers. You best believe. Like, he ain't gonna let no stupid motherfuckers be in his department. He ain't gonna do that shit. I believe in him that much. He ain't gonna let no stupid motherfuckers be up under him in no department, especially based on the shit he done had to go through. He ain't gonna let nobody fuck his shit up like that. Why y'all gonna misuse this dude's intelligence like that? Why black men gotta fucking reduce themselves to a fucking minstrel show to fucking serve y'all niggas, man? That shit is disgraceful, man.
Beyond it.
That man has been through some shit out here, man. That man have had to fall through some shit. He done been in fucking jail and shit. Man, look. Bro. That man don't want to do that shit, man. He want to be around really thinking black men, productive men. I know this because he had Complex on his show talking micro-mobility, and man, he was really inspired by that shit, man. And we appreciated that shit. Cause he fucked with niggas that ain't really fucking with us like that. And even he himself said, damn, man, basically to paraphrase, like, if he was talking about some other bullshit, niggas would be all up in the shit like that. But when it came to the micro-mobility, his same subs, now he doing the show with Complex. Now they don't want to fuck with the show. Well, damn, nigga, you fuck with Gigi though. You think Gigi trying to put y'all niggas onto some stupid, silly shit? I don't believe that shit. Niggas didn't want to show up for this shit. So it ain't coming from, it ain't just our perspective. That's a fact right there. They got a man that they misuse of that particular capability to try to get their shit off about hoes, man. when you can utilize GG way more for that type of shit. That's the type of dude that you want to damn put on some shit to do some research for you so you can get funding for some shit. That's what you need to be using GG for. Not Short But Sunday. To actually get some funding. Hey, Gigi, I need you to do this research, man, on black boys in Baltimore and their reading levels and what we can do to address that. Man, can you do some research and man and write a white paper on that? Oh shit, no problem, bro. I got you. I have it to you in about 2 weeks. All right, cool. He gonna have that shit, bro. I know he is.
That's what we use our PhDs for in the South. That's what we use them for. Research.
Come on, dog. Don't tell me we don't know what the fuck we talking about. And the reason why I can say that shit, because why? Number one, I'm in business and I know how to recognize talent. And GG is a talent. So for all the niggas that talk about, oh, they hate these niggas, they hate the other side. I don't hate GG. I hate what he has allowed these niggas in this space to do to him. Because if he fucked with us, he wouldn't have to do no shit like that.
Ever.
Ever.
But
I would never reduce him to no shit like
Chose
that.
the wrong side. Chose the wrong side. Now you got to ride with it, man. It's what it is.
Because that's what black female PhDs, you know who get that grant money? A lot of black female PhDs.
And that's why most of the boards that I'm on are all, mostly who get most of the fucking grants are all BWs. Hardly any fucking black dudes out there who's doing anything. And this is the South, Mississippi.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. If you go to any of these networking events, focusing, there's anything productive is mostly black women. So yeah.
Man, look, I don't give a fuck. If GG say, look, man, I'm ready to work with y'all niggas. What y'all need me to research, man? I'm with him. I'm with him because I know he hungry. He don't have to know what we know, man, to be put on, man. He just a piece in the puzzle like we all are. But I'd be damned, man, if I let weak ass black dudes try to fucking misrepresent what he put forth. Because I didn't heard him try to have intelligent conversation with motherfuckers. Man, he shouldn't be having to fucking dance no fucking jig for niggas, man. Black men have to dance jigs for white folks for goddamn centuries, man. Why you gotta do that shit for black men who dumb?
That's what he chooses to do. That's what he chooses to make his platform. Nobody forced him. Nobody forced him into it.
No, I'm not saying he's not culpable. But what I'm saying is that nigga central makes you believe you gotta do that shit. I've been on the pro-black shit before. I know what that shit is like. I know how them old niggas try to get you to buy into that shit. I know how it is. That's why a lot of these motherfuckers don't like me, man, because I had to go in these motherfuckers' ass in my own fucking college, bro. Pro-black niggas, old niggas. Almost 20 years ago. I know what these motherfuckers is on, man. I'm not oblivious to this shit. That's why I come on that shit with that Excalibur motherfucking sword. Because I ain't playing that shit. Because I saw how they was corrupting black students. It was me that stood up for them young black students. And the ones my age who didn't know no better either. That they misused to put themselves on. To get in the faculty positions. Using the energy of the youth. To put themselves and for self-aggrandizement and not giving the youth shit. You think they was teaching us how to write grants and shit? Hell no. They didn't say, "Hey man, y'all need to come over here."
That's too busy. That's too busy trying to teach college courses on Tupac and shit, man. Like, dude, shit that really made me want to fuck somebody up.
Or too busy trying to fuck the students. Or too busy trying to fuck the students.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old niggas.
Oh, we got $5 from Fight off number 16. RL stop. RL stop taking accountability from a man that has his own mind. He makes the final content he wants. Why are you blaming others for it? Like, okay,
Because two
so
things could be right at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
it is, and like people don't want to own up to the responsibility that the dude only got where he was in the space because he came through the wrong channel, and then he had to be on some menstrual shit in order to gain an audience. And that's the type of shit that is infuriating. Like
Mm-hmm.
that shit shouldn't even have fucking happened. And I mean, you got one of these dudes who on some SBE shit in the morning. It's probably the largest thing that he's ever done in his fucking life. But at the end of the day, they don't care. They don't care about functional society. They don't benefit from that shit. They only benefit from people being further and further lost. And this is why I hate these art classes that we trying to teach about Tupac and fucking like all these rap
Right.
motherfuckers. And I'm like, bro, that shit is infuriating. Like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that. I mean, what they do is a place for them over there, and what they do. Like, if you want to listen to like dudes crash out and talk about a bitch that never wanted them in the first place, and just that is their market. That's their market. That's the market they cater to. If you want a conversation
And the
centered around
crash test dummies,
productivity,
man.
yeah. I mean, I don't. I mean, hey, look. Sometimes you can peek over there and you see a guy driving around in the car and yelling at the top of his lungs, running red lights and run over possums. That shit, it's a little, little, it's funny enough. It's definitely entertainment to be had from there. But I
I think
do
that dude
agree
hit
with the
like a
both.
whole human being, man. Like I don't think that's possible.
But
Ran down a
listen,
whole mother of three.
but I agree with the both of you where it can muddy the attention span and focus of black men to the point where like they think that's all that life is, and this is the most important goal and mission to be achieved in life is getting this dysfunctional woman back in line, and
Yeah,
that's why I say a lot
man.
of these guys are lost, but it's up to the individual man to pull themselves out of that and focus on something more important and realize there is more to life. You can achieve more as a man in society. There are definitely steps and avenues and resources out here to improve your life situation to the point you don't have to deal with these type of people. So, but that's something that someone on an individual level has to seek out. And then once they at on an individual level improve their own life situation and their own level of competency and intelligence, they'll seek out more like-minded individuals to strive for something greater.
Well,
And
I agree with you to a
yeah.
certain degree. From an individual standpoint, that is true to a certain degree. The problem is when you talk about it from a cultural framework, now that's when the problem comes in, because when you go back to Carter G. Woodson in the Miseducation of the Negro, he specifically addressed this particular this aspect of the conversation, because what he talked about was these types of people who get educated in shit that is not conducive to black development. What they end up doing is coming back to black people and miseducating black people as well.
Yeah,
So on the one hand, it sounds like, okay, well, everybody is an individual. There's no other group in America that operates as individuals except black people with that mentality. Everybody else is operating from a group dynamic. And so when you factor that in, that somebody with a PhD himself in Carter G. Woodson, who was the second black person to get a PhD from Harvard, who addressed this in 1933, the father of Black History Week, which became Black History Month, his work is predicated on black people understanding and knowing their history. There was a reason why he wanted Black History Week, because he saw himself that black people were losing the connections to the great ones that went before them, and he saw the damage that it was causing within them from a self-esteem point. When you go to Amos Wilson in the developmental psychology of the black child, he basically comes at it from the ground level. So when you put those two books together, what you realize is that it's a cultural framework. So when your cultural framework is to be against things like academic achievement, which is really the starting point for a lot of people being successful in the United States from all groups, not just black people, but all groups of people. And your home environment is that which that nobody takes your academics seriously. Then as a black boy specifically, because we see the numbers as far as the literacy rate, you're gearing black males to not be in the position to be able to compete, because you're going to not only have to be able to read information, but you're going to have to be able to synthesize information and properly apply it to your environment to make the environment work for you. And when you're not able to do that, you are going to be light years behind everybody else who, as a class value, takes academic achievement seriously. And over 100 years ago, we used to take academic achievement seriously as well, which is why Tuskegee had international students from Japan, China, India, Africa, the Caribbean, all at Tuskegee, because Tuskegee was a beacon for a lot of people who were facing similar conditions of black people. We were a source for other groups of people to gain a foothold in their countries after being invaded in terms of colonialism.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think black people are the only group that doesn't prioritize intellectualism. I mean, only group I can think of that even prioritizes education are Asians. I can like
Yeah, you know, I
I'm
would agree
thinking
with
as
that.
hard. I'm thinking as hard as I can. I can't really think of any other group that does. And when you look at other groups, not just black people, like when you look at white people, I mean, they're only taking the brightest, most progressive amongst them to the top. They're not reaching into the
Oh,
backwoods of Kentucky to bring some
they're
crooked tooth
they're not going to
fucking
that
meth head.
Homestead Act land looking for like the best and brightest, man. They're not doing that shit.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunately that's kind of the mentality that if we have to focus on the ones that do want better for themselves, and and right now it might not be a lot, but I do agree
No,
with your
it literally is not that.
and I do agree with Rael's nonprofit analogy earlier, where it does seem hopeless, but if you can reach and help those few and strive towards something better, you're gonna impact the lives of enough people that you can. It snowballs, right? It snowballs into a greater effect that can help a large group of people. So right now, and this year, maybe not next year, or even 10 years from now, it might not be that sizable. But you keep that ball rolling, and you keep the ideas pumping, and you push intellectualism to those who want more for themselves. There's lots of groups. It's a lot of programs. There's a lot of society structures around here, even among black people, that do prioritize more thinking and more striving for something better. So they're out there, and there's places for that. um, and y'all not gonna like to hear this, but I I don't see the manosphere as one of those places. Now, let me clarify that. Now this side,
I'm
now
not in
this
disagreement. Hold on, I'm not in disagreement with what you just said.
okay,
I'm not. No, you got me twisted, bro.
yeah, because when you
No, I mean, but there are people here who deliberately wanted to take it in that direction for their own personal gain, but like the
Yeah,
core
that's true too.
thing about what's going on here, like I'm not gonna change it to no entertainment shit. I already had my shit together before I came to fucking Black YouTube or even
right,
the Manosphere at all, and I dodged
as
the
you
fucking
as you should, right?
Black
Because you
YouTube.
have to
Yeah,
have your shit together to have an opinion on anything in the first place. And when you have this situation where anybody with a damn microphone and opinion can say some shit,
unless you're a
that
dumbass nigga, then it really don't
yeah,
matter.
Right.
right. So um, the way I see it is just like this is I know the idea is that this started off as a allocation of thinking black males first, and then it became entertainment and everything. But you have to understand that what things were in the past is not what things are today, and the way the space is perceived is them guys over there that complain about women. And I understand this part of the manosphere is where they branched off and they want to be more intellectual based, and that's fine. I um and there is a beef there. You know, that's way before when I got my introduction right here. And like I said, I had I saw the right I almost said the right report, the damn Roger report, you know, and them motherfuckers over there. And when I realized that conversation wasn't moving forward, I moved forward. You know, you can only you have to step. You have to vote with your feet, as you would say, right? So
Yeah,
when
hey
when
man,
that
but
when
just
that
think
and
about
yeah,
leaving Mississippi and realize that nobody really gave a
Mhm.
shit that you graduated high school. Like motherfucker, everybody here got a college fucking diploma. Like okay,
yeah,
now
Mhm.
the next shit. Now you got to compete with these people. Now you got to compete with those people. Now you got to do this and do that and do that. And I never would have known unless I would have fucking left. Period. And
Yeah.
it's like
exactly. Yep.
once you start doing like better content, it's just gonna split off, and people are like, oh, you got all these subscribers. I'm like, dude, if I unhide all those videos of me cooking these fucking dating coaches, I would be over 75,000 people right now. But then there was like an explosion in that actual content, and I hit it all to get all these people out here because I was beyond trying to go out there dating coaches again when people still wanted to listen to the bitch talk. And I'm like, man, so why am I even going after these dating coaches if they're still subscribed to the same people? And it's like, oh, we just like seeing the back and forth. I'm like, fuck you
Mhm.
and the back and forth, and let me hide all this shit. Get y'all
Yeah.
all the fuck about
Yeah.
Yeah,
And when I
man.
first and when I
I'll
first
leave
came here too, like, hold on, when I first
okay.
came here too, like, I didn't come here with no kumbaya shit. Like,
it. Me
not in
neither.
the slightest.
That's crazy.
I came here talking about separation and elitism. I said elite black men need to separate from incompetent, stupid black men and make some shit happen. That's was
Yeah,
my talking point from the very beginning here. Has always been
I
here.
definitely agree with that.
So
That is a
so
sentiment I'll also agree with. Yes.
I never came here with that shit. And precisely the reason why I didn't come here because of my experiences with pro black males. I knew it wasn't true that every black man was elite, that every black man was prepared to be productive. So I don't give a damn which. I don't care if it was I don't care if it was 5% of nation, Hebrew is it's all have mostly that element, talkers and no doers. So as far as I was concerned, coming
Thanks for
here,
having me up, MOT. I gotta go.
coming here,
What's up? All right, come on. All right, later.
coming here, I was not going to be a part of anything that was going to be that type of shit. So,
Oh, me
um,
neither, man. I've
so
already been
so
through that shit.
yeah, so for me, I've said this multiple times, man. My only reasoning for staying in this space is for the younger dudes. That's all. I've been on a
Yep.
panel before where a 17-year-old gets on the panel and asks for information about nonprofits. And I was the only one that provided the information for him. And I said to those cats, I said, look, when we have a 17-year-old young black man that's interested in stuff like this, we better have some information for him because if we don't, when he comes to us looking for answers and we have nothing for him, and then he goes and gets some dope in his hand and starts slinging some dope, don't complain that he out there selling drugs. Because when he came to y'all looking for some answers, he came to us looking for some answers, and because a lot of men ain't on their shit, ain't in that worldview, they didn't have any answers for him. So don't talk no shit about him when he sell dope either. And so I said this is why we need to be on a different accord because of a 17-year-old like that. I said the fact that he was 17 and was interested in nonprofit, I was like, that alone should be something to be
I don't
proud
think
of
I was
because
interested in nonprofit till I was 26, 27, man. For that dude
you
to
know
be interested
17
at that point is fucking.
was great. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I started flooding. I put it in the chat like, "Boo, here you go. Look at these books. Here's some links." And I put him in his direction. I hope he used it, in a positive way. And so for me, you know, I've read the comments of a lot of young dudes in this space, and I just sat back and watched, and I could feel you know the the trepidation and the hesitation and the lack of confidence. And so getting on a panel speaking is not about like, oh man, I'm trying to crush this nigga. It's like, no, this dude is weak. This is not the kind of dude you want to emulate. You want confidence, man. You want to go out here because your self-esteem and your confidence is going to be two of the most important things you carry with yourself as a man, because self-esteem and confidence is very easy to have when your shit is great. But people like us know what it's like when the economy crashed in 08 and how that shit was a beast to us. How the world changed to a new paradigm when we were taught, hey man, go to school, get a degree, get a job, you straight. And that paradigm just came crumbling to an end, and you had to figure shit out on the fly. And so we're trying
That's
to
when I
say,
got
like,
into IT and got into trucking. That's when I got into it. Like that shit right there.
right,
2009.
right, man. So we're saying like we're trying to. That's why the Brain Trust is such a great place, because it's trying to keep you abreast of what's changing in the world in terms of business and tech, finance and stuff like that. So you're not unprepared like we were. We were unprepared. We didn't know how to prepare for no goddamn economy crashing in 07, 08.
Man,
How the hell
like
we
a
gonna,
motherfucker, man.
like, we don't
Like
know
a
how to deal with
motherfucker.
that shit. We was in our fucking 20s. Like, we don't know that shit. So, but and at the end of the day, it wasn't none of these old niggas that's on the internet that had any answers either. They had nothing. They had literally, there was none of them that had anything to offer you as a viable answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were trying to figure themselves out, like, man, well, what we gonna do? Like, shit, man, I'm about to go get me a job at Walmart. Like, they didn't know what they were doing. I remember
They're stuck
I
like
was
everybody else, man.
they were
They're
stuck.
stuck like everybody else.
I remember one time when I went up north for 4th of July. I saw a black woman, I bullshit you not, she was in her 70s. This was like 2014. She had to be in her 70s. I seen her in the Walmart, man, at that kiosk filling out a job application. I say, yo,
Oof.
this shit is
Hey.
fucking real, bro. Like, in her 70s. And if y'all think these old motherfuckers got answers for you, they didn't have an answer for themselves back then like that. They didn't. They didn't understand the economy. They didn't understand no jobs report. They didn't understand no consumer price index. They didn't understand none of this type of shit. So y'all, you're completely caught flat-footed when those type of downturns in the economy happen. And so that's what gives us the impetus to like give this information, because we know what it's like to not have that information and be caught flat-footed. So of course we don't want to see y'all get caught like that. So of course we're gonna be like, well, shit, we learned this in the process. It was hard trying to learn this shit, but we learned it. All right, cool. Now we're gonna give it to y'all. So now when y'all building y'all shit after we gone, it's a little bit easier because you got the institutions in place that prepare you, and you're good. You don't have to worry about that type of shit, man. But we can't keep
Yeah,
starting
no
at
doubt.
ground zero. We can't keep starting at ground zero all the fucking time. Like, no.
Not making a lot of these dumb niggas are on some entertainment shit, and then they can't really focus in the actual environment that's male led. That's what it is. It's kind of fucked up, but what it is, man. So you got a last word before we get up out of here, Ryan?
No, I'm good, man. Thanks for having me up, man. Great panel. Salute to all the brothers who listen. This ain't personal. It's business. Um, uh, wayward males need to stop feeling what we're saying, and start thinking critically about what we're saying, because many of us have a lot of life experience that y'all just really don't understand, that can be utilized to help you. Anything that I have that can help any black men, especially as far as business, I share it. So for me, um, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said before, the stuff that I was saying about people like Green Gorilla was based in the fact that I haven't had the greatest interaction with that particular person. But that just shows you, just because I didn't have the greatest interaction with him does not mean I want to see him fail. I've heard enough of his story to know what he has had to fight through and things like that. And
Yeah.
I don't want to. I would never want to see him fight through all of that shit that he fought, the things that face black men, to tempt black men to put their hands on certain shit, and they just like, fuck it, I'm gonna touch that shit and get caught up. He did his time, whatever the case may be. I don't care about none of that shit. I'm where he is right now. He got himself up. He got a PhD. That's some phenomenal shit. I ain't gonna take that away from him. It's just how you utilize it. You know what I'm saying? Because he could be utilized in a very more practical, more advantageous way, not just for himself, man, but for the collective. And I believe that's really what he wants to do. Like, based on the things that I've heard him say, I believe he really wants to be utilized for that. But unfortunately, he's been linked to a side that doesn't want to use him for that. And so, as
Not
far as
at
I'm
all.
concerned, if he's listening, you know, fuck all any of the beef. I don't give a shit about none of that shit. If he ever is trying to do some real shit, funding some type of shit, I'll fuck with him. I'm not here for all that beef and all that bullshit, because shit got to get done. And when we got talent like that, just like we got talent over here, we want it to be utilized, and we're willing to, give our side of things as far as talent, and make sure we can help brothers out here as well. And so that's why I was speaking from it. It wasn't even about no beefing or anything like that. It was about
Nah,
like people like that should not be having to dance a fucking jig for black men because black men want to be collectively fucking stupid. Fuck that.
yeah, I agree, man. I agree. I mean, hopefully he can just go off in this corner and do his shit without bringing our name up or slandering the fuck out of us. So that way we can just leave him over to his side. We can be on our side. We can do what the fuck we do, man. Like, I mean, he has magnitudes more people over there who want to be on their bullshit. I don't see why it even requires bringing our name in any shape, form, or fashion. I don't understand. All right, man. Let me get up out here, Ryan.
All right, peace, bro. Be safe.
All right, cool. All right, man. I want to thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for outlasting this 4 hours. I started back driving like 2 hours ago. I'm on this tablet. Apparently, it does work. So I want to thank you guys for coming through. Thank you guys for super chatting. Thank you guys for liking the actual video. Got a lot of content coming down that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. Thinking about just making another channel and just have this here as the repository of what my actual contributions were to this space. But I want to move on and do something else, man. Like, I don't want to argue with these dumb niggas forever. There's a bunch of shit that I want to do, but at the end of the day, you got to stop lying about the goddamn space. You have to stop doing that shit so that way we can move forward. I don't mind, dumb niggas doing dumb nigga shit forever, but don't be slandering us on the way of trying to do your dumb nigga shit. That's some shit I ain't trying to hear. So I want to thank you guys for coming through on the match tomorrow. You guys have a really nice night. Peace.